Hi, it's Bumble. Welcome back to my channel. So this is something I was gonna do last summer of wanting to watch all of the like Minions slash Despicable Me franchise movies, just like the full length ones. I know there's like Minion short films or whatever. I'm not gonna watch those. I wanted to watch those in like the in-universe order because it's crazy to me. Like with the first Minions movie, it starts off with like the Minions existing before humans or whatever, and then goes all the way to Despicable Me 4. And I'm like, I mean, I know the Minions are like a cash cow basically, and they were like really popular with like Facebook moms or whatever. Then that's the reason there's so many movies. But I'm like, if you're gonna go that much in chronological order of like what the Minions were doing before they met Gru's childhood, and then everything with Despicable Me, I might as well like check it out. Like I grew up with the first couple Despicable Me movies. The first one's really nostalgic for me. um and I haven't really seen much with like the other ones. So I'm excited for this. It'll be cool. So this is going to be one of those videos, if I can get everything to work, of like reviewing all of the movies in one like longer video. Yeah, so I'm gonna probably watch like two of these a day, and then kind of record my thoughts, put it all together, and yeah, there we go. So starting off, we're gonna talk about Minions, which I think came out in like 2015. All right, so the first Minions movie, I'm gonna like give you a basic plot summary off the top of my head, and then give kind of my general thoughts, and then I'm gonna read the notes that I actually took for most of the movie. I didn't take notes for the whole thing because part of this I watched with my dad, and I didn't want it to seem like I was on my phone the whole time. Um, so I have like some kind of vague notes about things. All right, so this movie is the first of like the Minions spin-off movies, and there's like a bunch of Minions. So you think, how would this work? But the cool thing is this one like has a very simple plot, and it only focuses on three Minions. It's basically it starts with like the Minions literally evolving and stuff, and it's just them through history trying to find like an evil boss to work for. It isn't, I don't think it's like explained why they want to specifically go for like evil people and work for them. I guess it's probably for protection reasons because you never see Minions die on screen in this movie. You see a lot of other death though. The Minions have a very high accidental kill count, like almost immediately into this movie. And anyway, it they end up living in a cave, and they three of the minions leave to go and find an evil boss. They find this lady named Scarlet Overkill, who's like the top villain at the time, and due to some misunderstandings, they have to like stop her and stuff. That's like the basics, pretty much. Okay, so this is one. Most of the movie takes place in London in 1968. Um, so the soundtrack for this one's really good. Like it has a lot of songs you pretty much expect, and a lot of like cultural references to things at the time. And what like I was surprised how much they put in there, which is pretty cool. I'll like talk about that a bit as it pops up. But yeah, the soundtrack was great. I think that's part of the reason my dad really likes this movie. Um, okay, yeah, my general just like thoughts about things. I wrote some notes. The minions, I said there's only like three characters. There's Kevin, Stuart, and Bob. And I like how there's only three of them. They're all like pretty distinct and surprisingly not annoying. It makes it easy to follow. Like Kevin is like the main minion, and then Bob is kind of like the more innocent, cutesy one, and then Stuart's just kind of like, I don't know, he's like his own thing, I guess. So there's them, and then there's like a bunch of other minions, and there's like sort of a bit of a, not even a B plot. It's like more of a C plot where it's like all the other minions in their cave, and once they find out that like the three main ones are in London, you see like a whole montage of them trying to get there and stuff. Like every once in a while, it'll like cut away to that, which I thought was cool. So it's still like including all of the minions and stuff in its own way. The friendship of the three main minions is always pretty cool. I like that they refer to each other as like buddies and stuff, and they kind of all like they get into shenanigans and stuff. It's mostly Stuart and Bob being the cause of like a lot of comedic little things, but they all like really get along with each other. Like there's this thing I think Kevin does where Bob sometimes gets kind of dirty and he'll like wipe the dirt off Bob's face or whatever. Like they do feel like brothers almost in a way. What else? What else? And there's like little running gags, I guess, that are also in the movie. Like I guess like callbacks of things from like the beginning of the movie or whatever that just like kind of like are a continuing thing. I thought that was cool. And speaking of like references and stuff, I know that like in universe it wouldn't make sense because this is a movie from like before when they met Gru. But I'm glad there's not like a ton of references to Despicable Me or like the Despicable Me movies in general. Because I think at least probably like the first two or something had come out. I'd have to like double check the dates. By the because this came out in 2015, the first one's from 2010. But yeah, I'm glad that it can stand as its own thing, really, of like the minions and stuff. Like this Minion, I was kind of worried going into this one. I thought like, oh, maybe it would be like kind of annoying because it's like a whole. How do you make a whole movie centered around the minions? And there is like minion shenanigans, but they don't go on for too long, so the plot can move forward at a decent pace. I like because my problem with, from what I remember, with the Despicable Me movies themselves, like with the first one, where whenever it was stuff related to the minions, it would be just some really long joke that's like just dragged on for too long, and it's like okay. I want to go back to like the main plot of what's happening with Gru and the kids. And with this one, it doesn't really seem like it has that problem. You think it would because it's the minions, but like since the plot's centered around them, it's like they'll do something silly for like a minute or so, and then they like continue with whatever's going on with the story. So I really appreciate that. And there's human characters in this one too, but they're all like other than the villain and her husband, they're all like everyone else is just side characters and stuff. And this one also kind of felt, I wanted to say more comedic than Despicable Me, which I still, for this order I'm doing, I still need to watch later on. Um, this one I think had better jokes, honestly. I am so thankful actually that there wasn't any um like toilet humor or anything because I was worried about that. Like the jokes in this one, they aren't. I mean, for the whole series, I don't remember any of them that were like funny. But in this one, there wasn't really any that was funny. I think there was maybe like one. I don't know. But I'm just glad borderline, like, was what I was expecting. That there wasn't any jokes that like made me cringe. It's cool that since this is a movie. Oh wait, no, sorry. I want to talk about some of the side characters, not like the main characters yet. There's this because they're all pretty cool. Like there's this villain con that the minions go to towards the beginning, and we see the characters from that throughout the movie of like these other villain characters, mostly like people trying to chase the minions. And they all have like really cool character designs. They're like pretty much what you expect. Like one of them is like a fish person. There's another one that's just a clown. Um, there's one that's like a guy with a chainsaw. They're like pretty much what you expect. But I'm like, okay, that's still cool that they're trying and stuff. Like they don't have like any lines or they do, but they're not like important really in any way. They're kind of just like another obstacle for the minions. There's also this like crime family of there's these people that the minions hitchhike with that are like this. They look like a traditional like 50s family or something, and then it turns out they're actually villains themselves. Not like anyone important. They're just like bank robbers or whatever. And I like how they appear throughout the movie and they kind of like cheer on the minions. Like there's a lot of scenes in this movie of like crowds and you'll see characters, like specific characters just kind of showing up again and again, which I thought was nice. Almost like they're kind of following along because the minions are involved in like world problems and stuff in this one. It's crazy. Um the fashion of the human characters was all pretty cool. Like they tried really hard because this whole movie, most of it, I mean, takes place in the 60s of like getting the clothes right of everyone and like references to things. So that was pretty cool. And there was just like a ton of background people in this movie. Sometimes I would just kind of zone out and just start staring at like someone in the background, whether it's like the minions are walking around New York or there's like a crowd of people or whatever. What else was I going to say? I think that's pretty much it for like. Oh no, Queen Elizabeth is also a side character, but I'll talk about her when she like pops up with my notes and stuff. Yeah, yeah. Okay, so I'm gonna start going off my notes of like things I wrote while I was watching the movie. So the movie starts with the minions literally evolving. They start off as like cells. They're like in the ocean as like these little ocean creatures, and before they become the recognizable minions we all know and possibly love. But the art style is different. It isn't 3D. It's like opening credits basically of like the minions evolving underwater. And I thought that art style was really cute. It kind of reminded me of like the minions are drawn in this way where they have this sort of like kind of fuzzy texture, kind of like when you have a blanket with like those little soft balls, like it's kind of falling apart, and the minions' bodies kind of like having that texture reminded me of Inside Out. But the opening credits are like so cute. Actually, they're really colorful, and I could have probably watched the whole movie like that. Because what's cool with this one is like every once in a while it'll like change art styles for something related to the plot, and it always looks better than, to be fair, the 3D in this movie, that's going to be the hard part watching these in like technically the wrong order. The 3D in this one looks pretty good. Like I'll look at characters that are like furry little animals or like the minions denim or whatever, and it all actually looks pretty good. That's something I can give to that. Like they make the minions themselves look like physically really smooth too, almost like they're made out of rubber. Let's see, and then there's like narration about the minions explaining that they want a boss to follow around, and there's like a whole like montage of them through history up to the point of like Napoleon, of the minions um kind of just following people around even before there's like humans and stuff. Like their first boss was like a T-Rex or whatever. I hate the idea that minions have existed longer than humanity, and while I was watching the sequence I just kind of like, I don't know, started questioning things. I'm that kind of person of like the minions. I think they're all male. Why do they not age? Why do they stop evolving once they're like their little pill shaped selves or whatever? There's like so many questions because the minions just exist throughout history and they don't age. I don't think we see any of them die on screen. I don't know if any of them die off screen. It's just a lot to think about. The minions are just, I don't know. I thought they were like little goobers when I was like watching the Despicable Me franchise, but like with the introduction of this movie, it's like, no, they're like immortal beings that just cause chaos. It's not like they're trying to cause chaos. That's the interesting thing. Um, like they keep losing their bosses throughout the years, which sounds like a little sad because the minions exist for like thousands of years before the plot of the movie starts, and they keep losing these people that, because it's their bosses die and the minions move on, but they're like sad for a little bit, so you kind of feel bad for them. But they have a surprisingly high accidental kill count. Like they want to work for evil people, but the minions don't seem to be cool with like murder. I don't know how to explain it. It's like weird to me. They're just kind of like, they just like helping people, I guess. But with how high their accidental hill count is, because they kill every boss that they have in like their opening sequence. Imagine if they could kill, if they actually like tried or wanted to kill someone. They would definitely be a force to be reckoned with. But they take down some like heavy stuff though. Of like, I mentioned a T-Rex, there's also a vampire, there's like, there's an Egyptian pharaoh. They end up destroying the pyramid. Wait, no. They kill people with the pyramids. This also implies that like magic exists in their universe as well, because there's like vampires and shit. We never see that type of stuff in Despicable Me. Like that's the thing with this one. It's like more wacky, where there's like weird side characters and whatever. But like everyone in the Despicable Me movies, or at least from what I remember with the first one, looks like they're just normal humans. Is it because it's set in the modern day? I don't know. Um, oh yeah, there's a part in the beginning where there's like a documentary type of voice of someone narrating about the minions or whatever. And there was this one, I mentioned that there was a joke that made me laugh. This was like the one thing. It's not even that funny, but they introduce how the minions have names. Not that they introduce all the minions, but just that they have like regular names. I don't know why the minions all have like human names, by the way. And there's one line where the narrator, who like pretty much sounds what you expect for like a nature documentary type of voice, is like, "Oh, that's Norbert. He's an idiot." And I don't know, that came out of nowhere. That was like a little bit funny to me. And then there's more like 2D art stuff as well, like because it'll show as like humanity is growing and changing throughout history. There's like art to accompany it, where it starts off with like cave art, and then that actually changes into like hieroglyphics and stuff. Because I mentioned about Egypt, and that was pretty cool. Um, and I also think about the historical elements in universe of like the Despicable Me movies. Like I know this one came after the first Despicable Me, but there's like a lot of things you have to consider about what the minions have canonically done in this universe. Like right before the plot starts, the plot starts because the minions canonically kill Napoleon. Um I wonder if in the Despicable Me universe, like history was like rewritten, because that's like a big deal. You think someone would notice that the minions get like chased out of that area of were they even in France? I don't know. They're somewhere with a lot of snow. They get chased away, and then they end up in a cave. And the minions are in that cave from like whenever Napoleon, before he died, all the way, when the minions killed him, all the way to like 1968. So the minions are in this cave for like a really long time, and it's basically explained the big plot of this movie, or not the big plot, but like the thing that starts the plot is that the minions need a boss to serve or they will die. They will just die from being too depressed. I'll I'll be honest, it was kind of funny watch every once in a while it'll like cut to the minions in a cave, the ones that are all left behind. And there was this part, it was a little funny, where they're having like a soccer match or something, but all the minions are like super bored and depressed, so they're like, yay, or whatever. Like they're all in the right positions and everything, but they don't want to do anything. So then, but before that happens, the main minion, his name's Kevin. I think Kevin, Stewart, and Bob were some of the ones in the first Despicable Me. I don't entirely remember. It's probably why they're the main characters, but Kevin is the minion that gets the idea to go outside the cave into the outside world and find a boss, and he tries to get other people, and it goes pretty much how you expect, where he's just kind of stuck with Stewart. And then Bob also wants to go. I think Stewart, I didn't mention much about him. He's kind of more of like Kevin's like the hero one. He's just like the normie. Bob is like the really kind of cutesy one that's curious about everything. And then Stewart is like kind of a bit egotistical. He's just kind of weird, but he's pretty cool. He's pretty cool. Like he has this obsession with like guitars for the whole movie. Because I think he starts off with like a ukulele. Oh, something else about the Minions too. Is there a canonical reason that they speak Spanish, which I actually hadn't even noticed with the franchise until, because I actually watched this movie twice. I watched it in terms of my recordings like yesterday or something. I watched the second half with my dad because he was already watching it, and I watched the whole thing in one go. This like a couple hours before I'm recording right now. And my dad, I should have noticed because like I know a little bit of Spanish. Um so does my dad. And I mean, I guess it's more obvious if you have the subtitles on Netflix, and every once in a while, what the minions are saying will like pop up in the subtitles, not translated to English, but it'll just be there. But no, it's just full on Spanish. I don't think everything they say is in Spanish, but there's definitely parts where it's like they're not talking super fast, and it's like very clearly Spanish. But I don't think it had anything to do with their bosses. I'm Because it's like even before they end up with humans, I think they were also speaking Spanish. But like from what we see, I mentioned about like Napoleon, um, the minions end up in Egypt. We see them with like cavemen and dinosaurs, and I know that whole beginning montage is like an exaggeration of like thousands of years of human development and whatever. But I don't know. I think that's kind of interesting. Like when I was a kid, I just assumed because the minions kind of like babble around and they're like very loud and talk fast that I just assumed it was like a made up like minion language, or like it was just stuff that like sort of sounded like words but wasn't, but like no, it's Spanish. um so that's part of the reason I'm like glad I'm kind of rewatching all these movies, because I wouldn't notice stuff like that. Okay, so basically at this point with the plot, after they kill Napoleon, the minions, they stay in that ice cave, and then they stay in the ice cave until the 1960s. I don't know if it's always 1968. And they walk to the edge of whatever continent they're on, and they sail on a raft, and they end up in New York. So like the first sort of chunk of the movie is like the main minions in New York. They end up living inside of a like 1960s mall. Living in a mall was probably one of my like childhood kind of dreams a little. You always think about that. Like you go to a mall, um well, I guess maybe not as a kid. Malls kind of suck now. But the mall in this movie looked cool, and I liked how the minions just decide to live there. They end up in there staying the night on accident, and they even have like a whole little like upstairs little like minions apartment or whatever, where they get to watch TV. Something interesting with their TV, actually, there's a part where they're flipping through channels, and all of the shows are like actual shows from the '60s. Like they had Bewitched, they had The Saint. That was cool. I've watched both of those actually. They're pretty good. Um, oh yeah, there's also parts of this movie. There's like two things with this movie, two little like scenes where it's things that are basically showing what the minions look like as humans, not literally the minions, but like human designs that are clearly supposed to be our main characters, and I don't know how I feel about that. It starts off with the minions, they're watching like a dating show, and all of the contestants are people named after the main characters that sort of kind of vaguely look like them. Like I think they're shapes because like I think Kevin's the tall one. One of them has like two different colored eyes. I think that one's Bob. Bob's like the really tiny one, and Stuart's kind of just whatever. Um, and then there's a part later where they're running out of a cathedral, and it has these like pictures of these probably saints, maybe they were popes, on stained glass, and it all like it even more looks like the minions, and they even jump through these windows with like the characters matching the portraits. So that feels kind of weird to me. um anyway, they see an ad on TV for something called VillainCon. That's where they end up meeting the like crime family that I mentioned. The ones they were pretty cool side characters. I wish we could have seen a little bit more of them, but their whole like intro scene is cool of them like picking up the minions, and they seem like a normal cheery family, and then they go to like rob a bank or whatever. But they're the ones that tell the minions about Scarlet Overkill. She's like the main villain of this movie. Oh yeah, I want to talk about her. She's like pretty simple, but kind of does her role. I like how she's, from what I remember, actually, with the Despicable Me movies, they have a lot of like very kind of gimmicky villains, I guess. At least with like the later ones. Like the first one has Vector. He's very iconic. I'm excited to see him again when I watch Despicable Me 1. But he's pretty cool. He's just really chill. Has a lot of like memeable lines. But then I remember after that with like the other ones, it's like the villains kind of get like a bit too silly almost. But what's cool with Scarlet, she's kind of more down to earth in like personality a bit. So it's like, oh, okay. Like she feels kind of like a normal person, basically, but also has her moments of like craziness. She sometimes feels a bit like a one trick pony in terms of like fighting stuff, because she just has like a big rocket or whatever, or something that looks like a missile, and it's like, okay. I'll talk about that more later when I talk about the final fight of this movie. and she has a husband. His name's Herb. He was easily my favorite character of this movie. I think it's because he gives me Vector vibes a little bit. I think it's just like similar speech patterns and like the way they both kind of get excited about things. I don't know how to describe it. You just have to watch the movie. He kind of reminded me a little bit of like, no, I was gonna say Q from James Bond because there's a part where he gives the minions gadgets to go steal the crown of the Queen of England. But like outside of that, not really. He's like Scarlet's the main villain, and Herb is like the tech guy. He makes a bunch of like gadgets and shit, which end up like being important in the plot. But we don't see a lot of him. I was kind of sad, but he's like really chill. We see him like a couple times. Like he doesn't really seem evil, but it's probably like to balance out how his wife is like the main villain. Okay, so the goal with the villains in this movie, or mostly just Scarlet, is she wants to take over England. She even has like her evil lair that the minions end up living in for a bit. In England, her backstory is kind of like a joke, but I wasn't really expecting anything. I didn't. I'm kind of glad it wasn't anything complicated or sappy or whatever. Like they kind of go over it in like 2 seconds halfway through the movie, and then it's never really relevant again. Of basically like, I don't know, I think she was like bullied as a kid or something, and then she has the idea of like, oh, if I steal the crown of the Queen of England because I looked up to her for some reason. Oh yeah, Scarlett's like not like British or anything, by the way. I should clarify that. Um, yeah, her and her husband are Americans, so I don't know. But she looks up to the Queen of England and wants to steal the crown to gain respect. That's pretty much it. Um, Anyway, but before they had the minions steal the crown, there's kind of some scenes I liked where there's like her and Herb kind of like adopting the minions as like tiny sons. There's even a part where she tells them a bedtime story, which the setup of it almost kind of reminded me of the same kind of thing in Despicable Me 1. Not that I think it was like a reference to it or anything. But anyway, when she's telling them the bedtime story, there's like these kind of stop motion parts that were pretty cool. What else? I'm gonna like skip a bit in my notes. There's random musical numbers. There's only like two, but that was kind of funny. Not like full on songs. Like there's a part where the minions on their way to steal the crown. Um, there's some guys they hypnotize into like a dancing sequence. There's a part, I think earlier in the movie where the remaining minions in the cave have like a Broadway style musical number. um, oh, yeah, that's where one of the references. I forgot to mention about Despicable Me references. I think we see Gru's assistant, Dr. Navario, during the villain con. I didn't get to pause the movie because I was watching with my dad, but I like sort of remembered it. Um, and then there's a part when the minions are gonna go steal the crown where it has like the kind of like incidental music from Despicable Me, like when Gru's trying to steal things. I thought that was cool. Um, what else? So they almost kill the Queen of England, and Bob ends up becoming king anyway, which of course pisses. Basically, the whole thing with this movie is like Scarlet keeps thinking the minions are working against her, but they're not, and because of that misunderstanding, she keeps trying to kill them, thinking that they're trying to kill her. Like she thinks that they betrayed her because Bob ends up as king, but like Bob like did the sword in the stone thing and just ended up becoming king. Uh, and the Queen of England isn't even like mad about it. She actually kind of kicks ass in this movie. We only see her for like two scenes, but she was like a character that was memorable. Surprisingly, there's a part later on in the movie where she's in a pub and she basically treats it like being on vacation, like she's chugging beer and beating people in arm wrestling contests and not even like mad about the minions dethroning her or anything. She uses it to like take a break basically. And then anyway, Bob becomes king. We get some more minion shenanigans. Oh, there was a part that I liked where Scarlet gets kind of pissed at them, and she shows up to Buckingham Palace, and there's this little like scene where the minions are like really hyped for some reason, and they're like kind of singing along and to some song that's playing in the background, and we see them walking through all the rooms, and then they end up in the bathroom, and then get they walk into a dungeon and they're still like singing or whatever until they actually get locked in the dungeon. I thought that was kind of funny. But then, of course, the dungeon isn't anything threatening because apparently the minions cannot be killed by medieval torture devices or even like standard means of putting people to death. Like they try and hang the minions, they try to like use one of those stretcher things to break them, but because they're like pill-shaped little freaks that don't have bones, they just cannot die. You know, I was thinking in the beginning of the movie when they're trying to like survive in the wilderness, I thought like, oh, you know, I'm surprised none of them have gotten like eaten by a predator when they're like looking for bosses or whatever. But I'm pretty sure if like a carnivore tried to eat a minion, it would probably just choke and die or something. But anyway, the dungeon part's cool because like the minions don't die, and then Herb uses it as an excuse to hang out with them. They take pictures on like a Polaroid camera of it. It's just kind of a big joke, but I liked that. Um, and then what else? There's a Beatles Abbey Road reference. It's like a small bit. I appreciate it. There's parts where one of the minions, I think Stuart. I don't know how like minions make more of themselves. Inevitably, I think about that because um I'm assuming most of the minions are male. Maybe they don't have like gender or genitals or anything or whatever. Um, but it's interesting because like some of the minions like humans or whatever, but then there's also this joke in the movie that comes up like two or three times of like Stuart keeps trying to flirt with yellow fire hydrants, and I thought, oh, it's because they're shaped the same and they're yellow, but because they're fire hydrants they look like breasts. So I don't know, man. um Anyway, there's a chase sequence where some of the villains from Villains Con chase the minions around London like at night. That was pretty cool. We get to see more of their like designs and whatever. One of the minions gets dragged underwater in a puddle, and I'm still thinking about it. The final fight was like okay. Uh, Kevin ends up becoming giant, and basically I thought he would have to like physically fight Scarlet. That would have been cool, like a kaiju fight, but instead she just becomes a giant rocket thing and tries to kill him, and he almost blows up and dies, but not really. It's like it was okay, you know. It was like I think there's probably better fights in the series. I'll have to like, but I'm glad it wasn't anything like too complicated or whatever. And then they get crowns. No, they. Wow, it's cloudy out there. Sorry, getting distracted. They get one of them gets knighted by the Queen of England. So I guess Kevin is canonically like a knight now, and the other two minions get like prizes or whatever. There's a part where Stuart gets pranked with a snow globe, and then he ends up getting given a guitar, and he has this little like guitar solo bit where he gets like really into it. That part was it's only like a few seconds, but that part was pretty cool. And then of course Screw shows up, which made me wonder some things. Like I know Despicable Me was made first, but like, does no one in universe remember that Gru stole the Queen of England's crown as a child or anything? Like in the Despicable, like in the first movie, I remember he's like kind of treated as a joke or whatever. And I know that this movie hadn't been made yet, but you think like a 10-year-old or whatever doing something like that. Not that he had to do any work, of course. He literally just, you know, the minions kind of basically did it for him. Um, but that's how he's introduced, is he freezes Scarlet and just takes the crown, but like no one goes after him or anything. He just has that now. Um, you know, like the queen doesn't send anybody after him, and then the minions are like, "Oh, cool, he's our new boss now," and they go and like follow him. And I like how he's kind of like a sneaky little shit, just a little bit. That just kind of comes out of nowhere in this movie because we have to set up the next one, where it's like the minions with Gru or something. I don't really remember that one that well. I saw it like a couple years ago. But based on like the after credits, like little sequence or whatever of like Gru and the minions, he still seems like he's a nice kid, kind of like adopts the minions in a way. And I like how he's always nice to them, even when he gets older. Like that's like the one consistent thing I've seen so far of like there's like little buddies, there's henchmen. Um, okay, this one is pretty good. I mean, this is the first one out of everything I'm watching. Um, but I liked it. For being the first in like a Minion spin-off. I'm hopefully thinking just a two movie franchise, but probably not. Uh, this was like simple. I mean, it would have to be because it's like the Minions. I'm just glad it wasn't anything too crazy and it actually had like a plot. It was entertaining for what it was. I managed to sort of accidentally watch it twice and still enjoyed it both times. Yeah, I don't know where I'd like rank this. I think I'll probably like rank these at the end or something, but I'd give it like a C. It was good. Next is Minions Rise of Gru. Okay, so Minions Rise of Gru, I thought it was alright. I watched it with my parents, I think like last year, and I went into it thinking like, it's a Minion. Like, I wasn't really into Minions at the time, but I actually had really liked it a lot. And then the second viewing that I'm doing, where I'm watching everything in order, I thought it was like okay, honestly. After I watched it, because I like went to go shower and stuff, I thought like, oh, I think I like the previous Minions movie better. But now I'm not really sure. Like there was some things that like both did pretty well, but I think there's aspects of this one that were definitely kind of worse. Okay, so I'm gonna start off with like the basic plot of this, and then give like my general thoughts, and then go on to reading my notes, and then at the end I'll give like a little like, oh, where would I put this so far? I mean, I will rank all of these at the end, but that's after I'm done watching everything. Okay, so Minions Rise of Gru, I think it came out in like 2022. Basic plot, this one is, it's not really like a Minions movie. It kind of also focuses on Gru. Um, like he's, uh, wait, no, I'm starting to describe things. He wants to join this like famous villain group or whatever, and he robs them, and then mistakenly gets kidnapped to San Francisco. He's not like originally from San Francisco or anything, and the minions have to rescue him. That's like pretty much the whole plot. There's like an A plot of like the minions having to learn kung fu, and a B plot of Gru and his kidnapper doing stuff. I'll get more into that in a second. And then sort of a C plot with this like other minion that's trying to track down like the MacGuffin of this movie, because everything revolves around like an object, kind of like the last one, but even more so. Okay. So my thoughts with, I know that's like a very short plot summary, but I'm gonna get into it. My thoughts. San Francisco is a pretty cool setting. Oh yeah, this movie takes place in the 70s. I think 1976. So this is still like Gru's childhood. It's only like a little bit after. The other one was 1968, I think. So not too much time in universe between movies. Gru's still a child. I think he's like almost 12 in this one, but he looks like exactly the same as the other one. We don't hear of anything in this one that like relates to the last movie. Like, I mean, at the end of the last one, like Scarlet Overkill or whatever is kind of implied. Like, okay, she's not gonna do like villain shit anymore. And but Gru stole the Queen of England's crown, and that's like never referred to or any, like nothing is referenced from the other one, which I was kind of surprised about. This one actually has a lot of references to Despicable Me, though. I'll kind of explain more about that in a bit. Um, but yeah, San Francisco is a cool setting because that's where most of the movie takes place. And it specifically takes place around Chinese New Year. And because it's like the 70s, it also kind of leans into that, like the fashion and the music, kind of like the previous movie did with like the late 1960s. And that's pretty cool. That's one of the things with this movie that like kind of remained consistent of like being very firmly set in like the time period that it is, because I don't know for like the Despicable Me movies themselves if they just seem to be like modern day or whatever, but like for some reason the two Minion spin-offs are like very firmly set in like a specific time. um the villains were kind of forgettable for this one, if I'm honest. I was a little bit bummed. Instead of being like one person like it usually is, like how the last one was like Scarlet Overkill, so she was like kind of one of the main characters. It was really just focused on like her and the minions. With this one, it's like an entire group of villains, but you don't get to know them as like individuals or anything. They just kind of all blur together. Like they have a leader, but they don't like they have aesthetics that help them stand out, but they kind of just blur together. They don't get like any character development. They kind of feel more like a minor obstacle, and they feel more like they're there just for like other characters character development and not to really exist as characters themselves. They're called the Vicious Six. I'll talk about them more when they get, you know, when I'm reading my notes and stuff. But they were kind of forgettable, and that's disappointing because like having a good villain is like important, especially with this franchise. So that was disappointing. I think the only time they were kind of memorable was at the end. They transform into animals for plot reasons, and like, okay, that was kind of cool. Instead, it was more of like Gru, the minions, and then two of the side characters, or I guess they're more kind of like main characters that were more memorable than the villains. That was kind of sad because Gru ends up having this mentor who's this old guy called Wild Knuckles. You're gonna hear me talk about him a lot in these notes. And then the minions, not like all the minions. It's still focused around like Kevin, Stewart, and Bob. They have their own mentor who's like this old lady. I don't remember if they said what her name was. I didn't write it down in my notes, but she's the one that teaches them kung fu, so she's kind of like their mentor and stuff. Um, there's really just less focus on the minions, which is fine because this is a movie that's like supposed to set up things for Despicable Me, and Gru is now an official character in this movie. Um, so there's like a focus on him too, but it's not like a focus really on only him or only the minions. It kind of zigzags a little bit. It's like there's two different plots in this movie going on at the same time, and they're like both good, but it's like I don't know. Like the minions only really become important when Gru gets kidnapped, and then it actually starts focusing on the minions as characters, kind of like how the previous movie did, where it's like the minions on their own little adventure. Um, the main three, I mean, not like all of them, and that's like 40 minutes in though. Like there isn't like it takes 40 minutes to kind of set up anything for like the plot to start moving, and this movie's like I think less than 2 hours. So that was like the beginning stuff's good. Like it's a lot of like Child's Gru and the minions just kind of like doing things. Well, it's also that Gru's trying to join the Vicious Six or whatever, and he gets into a fight with the minions. So there is like sort of plot things happen. Well, it's not really plot things. It's like character development things. But it's like I wish the plot would start sooner. Unfortunately, the humor kind of took a nosedive in this one. Like I said, I've never really found any of the movies in this franchise like funny or anything. I don't think they're really supposed to be. But like at least with the other one, there wasn't any like humor that just made me cringe or whatever. It was like fine. The jokes were like short. But then in this one, it's like the humor felt more cringe. There's like toilet humor in this one, which is going to be like a continuing thing with, when I move on to the Despicable Me movies. And I'm like, ah. Actually, the humor in this one, like the jokes and stuff, reminded me of Despicable Me 1. And I'm like, oh, man. Um, Actually, it kind of feels like this movie, just the tone of it, could have been like the first Minion movie. Like if the Minion movies kind of swapped placements a bit. Like this, the plot of this one, how it was kind of like and whatever, could have been like the previous one, and then we could have focused more on the minions in like the second movie and whatever. But I get it of like why this one had to be the way it was because it has like it this is the one that like has Gru in it, and it's like kind of slowly prepping things for Despicable Me 1 in terms of characters. So it's like I get why it's the order it is, but this one as like a sequel to the previous Minions movie kind of wasn't like super good. um I do like the characters though. Like Kevin, Bob, and Stuart are still friends. Kevin's not really like the main character of the Minions anymore, though. There's actually a fourth Minion that's introduced that's not part of their trio. His name is Otto. He's not really like the main character. He goes on his little side journey, and he has like character development that relates to Gru. He's kind of more of like the important one this time, but he's also kind of reduced to like a C plot. So it's like, okay, I'm gonna start reading through my notes and stuff. Um, the 70s soundtrack in this movie is pretty good. Like, there's even a part where Gru has to go to a music store, and we get to see like album covers that I recognize. I feel like there was less music relating to the time period in this one compared to the previous, but it was still like pretty good and stuff, and they still make jokes about song titles and things. And there's actually like a new song for this movie too that I'm going to talk about because I feel like every movie has like a song that like stands out that was for the movie. Like Despicable Me, I think, has Happy by Pharrell Williams, which I still remember because it's that good. And I'm glad this movie kind of went back to doing that, of like the movie gets a song even though it's not really used too much, but I'll talk about that when it pops up. um I was watching this on Amazon Prime because, okay, so Minions 2015, that one is on Netflix, and that one has subtitles, but they're not as accurate as like the ones on Amazon Prime. On Amazon Prime, they don't really translate things for the Minions, actually. It just refers to their language. Like, the Minions are still speaking Spanish, but it refers to their language. Like, whenever the Minions talk, it doesn't say like the words in Spanish they're saying. Instead, it just refers to them like the Minions are speaking Minionese. So I guess because of these subtitles, they have their own language, which makes me wonder if it's not just things in Spanish. um Okay. Anyway, we don't actually start this. I'm going off with my notes, by the way. We don't start this movie off with Gru or the Minions. We start off with the villains because it has to set up some like character stuff. Because there's actually like three main characters in this movie, not really just like Gru and the Minions. So the villains, they want to steal this medallion thingy called like the Zodiac Stone or whatever. It's like a necklace, but and of course, like, we don't find out at all what it does. It's kind of disappointing. Like, we get to see what it does at the end, but it's kind of treated as like your standard like weapon to end the world type thing. They're like, oh, we're gonna steal this thing and we're gonna use it to destroy the anti-villain league, because yeah, that's what the people who stop the villains are called, which I think Gru ends up joining in another movie if I remember right. But anyway, there's like six members. They're all kind of forgettable if I'm honest, but there's really only like five members for most of the movie. I'll explain why. Their leader, I think her name's Bell Bottom. Um, she's like kind of disco themed a little bit. She's kind of the one that gets the most lines. And then she has no, there's also the founder of the group, who's called Wild Knuckles, who I mentioned. He's like this old guy. He just wanted to make the group so he can do like evil stuff with his friends, and they have him go and steal this metal or whatever, and then of course they betray him and leave him for dead. And that happens at the beginning of the movie, because for the rest of the movie he's trying to like stop them, and he's like kind of the third main important character. And I'm surprised with his like character arc. I was actually kind of emotionally invested in it. I was very surprised by that. But anyway, they're like the two kind of main important characters ish of this group, even though he's not really like part of, like, they're called the Vicious Six, but there's not like six of them in most of the movie. Anyway, the other ones are, there's some kind of like crab mutant guy. It's literally just like a guy with like a crab claw. There's a nun. She gets the most like, she's literally just a nun with nunchucks. She gets the most like visual gags and stuff, and her stuff is like a little funny. Like, every time the characters leave, she like ascends into the sky with like heavenly light or whatever. And then there's like a really strong guy who has like steel hands, or I didn't really get his thing. He's just like strong. They're kind of a bit random. Like they don't have like a group theming or anything, even though they're a group, so they don't really feel like they go together. It just feels like they got a bunch of like stereotypical characters and we're just like, yeah, this is the villains for the movie. Like they're all based around puns. I don't know. I felt like it could have been cooler if they were like more themed together or something. It just feels all very gimmicky, and like three of those characters don't even have like lines or anything. They don't. None of them as individuals have any plot relevance. They're just kind of like, I guess the villains. I don't know. We don't know why they want the Zodiac thing or whatever, other than to stop the anti-villain league. Like as characters, they're very, very weak. It's kind of disappointing. They don't even get a lot of screen time either. They just like pop up maybe like three times. That's about it. I don't know. I hope there's like stronger villains in the next couple movies. Anyway, what else? In the part where Wild Knuckles is trying to steal. He's in like a temple trying to steal the Zodiac Stone. There's these like gold robots, but they're like little creatures that are guarding the pendant. They're on screen for like maybe like a couple of minutes, but they had really cool designs, honestly. What else? But yeah, it's all kind of like an excuse plot for most of the movie until the minions have to go to San Francisco. But I'll still talk about it. Okay, so after Wild Knuckles ends up getting betrayed, we get like an intro, and it was really funny to me because it's like very obviously like a James Bond parody style intro, but it kind of works actually. I was surprised. Like it has like Gru and the Minions. Okay, I gotta like talk about James Bond intros if you've never seen them for this to make sense. They usually have silhouettes of like women in sexy poses or with guns or something, and this movie has silhouettes of Gru and the Minions, and it's like Gru with the gun and then the Minions doing like shenanigans. And usually with James Bond intros, they have like either like a really badass song in the background, but most of the time it's like a ballad that relates to the theme of the movie. And this one has like a very kind of slow song too that like fits. It's just I don't remember what the song is about at all, and I don't think it completely relates to the plot, but it like fits with what they're going for. Um, and then there's these backgrounds because usually with the Bond intros, they have like backgrounds of like the objects the movie's about or stuff that relates to the plot, but it's like really abstract but also spoilers. And then in this one they just like at first they have the metal in the background and I'm like, okay, that works. And then it just changed to these kind of like Chinese patterned backgrounds. They look kind of cool though. But yeah, that was funny for me. Like not what I would have expected for this movie, but I appreciated the effort on that. Um, I guess it sort of works because the movie kind of all revolves around like an object. Okay, yeah, now that I'm thinking about it, that was like the one thing I really, really liked with this movie. Okay, and then Gru, I am kind of just going over the plot, by the way, that's fine. Gru is in class and he gets bullied by the kids. But there's a part where the kids in the class are having to tell the teacher what they want to be when they grow up. And one of the kids is like really excited and he's like, I want to be a teacher. And the teacher, in like an extremely deadpan voice, is like, no, no you do not. And she just hates her job. That was kind of funny. um oh yeah, I want to talk about Gru a little bit because most of the like beginning parts of this movie are like him just being around the minions. They hang out until he ends up firing them later. I didn't realize until I was like kind of paying attention to background things in this movie of like kind of how sad his childhood is. Like you find out a little bit about it in like Despicable Me. I think it was something related to the moon landing of like why he wanted the moon and his mom like never being impressed with him or something, but it feels kind of worse here. Like his mom doesn't pick him up from school. Instead it's like the minions dressed in wigs. Like I don't know the minions ages. I'm assuming they're like adults or something. Um but they're basically like Gru's substitute parents and friends because we never see Gru hang out with like human children or anything. it's like the minions pick him up from school, and then they spend the whole day hanging out at like an arcade and a movie, and they pull pranks and stuff. Like it's nice that they work for him, and he's like a kid, so they just get to hang out. They can't do like villain schemes really. Like at most, he just pulls pranks with like gadgets and stuff, which was kind of fun to watch for the beginning. But I just felt bad for him. Like this kid doesn't really have anyone except for the minions, which is like a life lesson he learns in this movie, by the way, of like finding your tribe or whatever, as he puts it, and like learning to depend on people, which is nice. Though he only really hangs out with Kevin, Stewart, and Bob. Though I do like that they're like the main character minions for both of these movies. That was nice. I just wish they had more like development, kind of like they did in the previous movie. They're kind of like in Minions 2015. They very much stood out as their own characters and stuff, and their own kind of like plots that they're doing, like Kevin having to be the hero and Stewart just being like a weird little guy and Bob showing compassion to people. And here they just kind of didn't really stand out as much. It was kind of a bit of a letdown, especially because this is supposed to be a Minion spinoff. Oh yeah, I mentioned earlier there's a lot of references to the previous movie. It's just that with some of the jokes and stuff they try and do again, it doesn't really feel as like fun. Like there's a part in a ice cream bar where Gru um does like a cheese ray at people to get to the front of the line, and it's literally just like one of the scenes from the first movie with the freeze ray gun, but it's like it didn't really feel as funny. And in the Despicable Me one, it has like that whole song where Gru's doing like the evil villain montage or whatever. I don't remember what it's called. It's the one that's like, I'm having a bad day. I don't remember it goes, but there's like a sped up version of that song in this movie, but it's like a different singer and kind of more annoying. Like it's supposed to be like a reference to like, yeah, this is a similar scene setup or whatever, but it's like it doesn't really work. Like they're trying so hard to create the intro from that movie, and it just like no. Um, oh yeah, then Gru ends up going home, and he hears his mom like groaning, and like some guy groaning as Gru doesn't have a dad, which I'm assuming is probably supposed to be like a sex joke or something, especially because Gru's like, who's up there with my mom? But it doesn't work because it just literally sounds like weird groaning noises. And instead his mom's doing like weird stuff with some hippie. And she also doesn't really care like what Gru does or anything. Like even later on when he ends up being in danger, she doesn't even like really notice or anything. She just kind of lets him do whatever. Bob still makes friends with rats. That's pretty cool. The minions for the beginning of this movie are building a lair for Gru. That whole section kind of felt like the first movie, like Despicable Me 1. I don't want you guys to think the first movie just means like Minions 2015. That's why I have to keep clarifying titles. Yeah, but they build the minion for the lair for Gru in his basement. Like even the setup of it with like the minions getting into workplace accidents and stuff felt a lot like them in the lair in the first movie. Oh yeah, they have a thing in this one where they call him Mini Boss because he's a child and they're possibly adults. They're like thousands of years old. I don't know, dude. Um, and it's kind of funny because I really like his friendship with the minions in this movie. That's kind of one of the main plot points. And that kind of goes away for like the middle of the movie because they're separated from each other. He's basically sort of raising them, but like they're also his friends. Like he kind of treats them like little kids, but they're also like buddies and stuff. Like he even shares a bed with them at one point, which was kind of sweet. Like he tries to maintain his image, but he's just like a dorky little kid that wants to join the villain league. And he's like a bit of a prankster at most. He's not really like evil, but it's kind of ironic because he accomplishes more like quote unquote villainous schemes like stealing the crown of the Queen of England or stopping the villain league or whatever. Um, as a child than like literally anything he accomplishes as an adult. It's kind of sad because like the next time we see him in Despicable Me 1, he's like kind of treated as a failure of a villain. But then here he has like so much potential and he's already doing like great. The problem is he's just like literally a child. What else? We get to see the villain TV network again, and this time it's in color to match that it's the 70s. That was a cool detail. They changed the Gru Minion origin story a little bit, because in the Minions 2015, the Minions, like, they meet Gru at the end and they follow him after he steals Queen Elizabeth's crown. And then in this one, Gru has like a little flashback thing, um, where it's that the Minions had responded to a help wanted ad and are also very manipulative, and they kind of get Gru to feel bad for them in order for them to get hired. So I don't know which one of those is supposed to be canon, but I guess it doesn't really matter because he's friends with the Minions now. But then he ends up ditching them, um, to go and rescue. Why am I saying rescue? He wants to go and get the stone from the for the bad guys. It's basically like, even though they were really mean to him and he steals their metal or something. Oh wait, no, that hasn't happened yet. That hasn't happened yet in the plot. I'm getting way too ahead of myself. Okay, no, he goes to like an interview, job interview with the villainous six or whatever. I keep getting their name wrong. I don't care enough. They don't have enough character development for me to get their names right. Okay. Um, he goes to like an interview thing. He ditches the minions because he's like, oh yeah, you guys aren't gonna take this seriously or whatever, which is completely fair. And that's when we find about the new Minion. His name's Otto. I don't remember if he's going to be in any of the other movies. I think they just made him up for this one. And his thing is he has braces and he talks too much, so literally every other character finds him very annoying. And they also ditch him. Um, Gru goes to like a villain music store. He gets to meet Dr. Navario, which is pretty nice. And he's like, I keep forgetting there's an age gap between them, even though Gru's like middle aged in the next movie and Dr. Navario is like hella old. But in this one, he's like this young guy who works at a music store for villains, and Gru's like 12 or something. But he gives Gru a gun that has one of those like sticky hand things, which ends up being plot important. That was pretty cool. Um, and then the Gru gets rejected and he steals their metal to try and prove himself. And it's kind of sad that, like, he thinks that they'll accept him if he gives them their stone back. And then through minion shenanigans, because, of course, uh, no one ends up having the stone and Gru ends up getting kidnapped anyway. That's kind of the annoying thing with this movie. It's like, kind of like, you know, the things with movies where like characters have to be dumb in order to progress the plot. There's kind of a similar thing going on with this movie where like really dumb things happen just so the plot can happen. Like Minions 2015 didn't really feel like it had that, so this was kind of like a letdown in that department. The minions end up getting fired. Gru gets in like a fight with them. Well, no, it's more like he yells at them about being kind of useless or whatever, and then he immediately walks outside and gets kidnapped. And that's a thing with their relationship in this movie where he has to like realize like, okay, they're actually helpful and stuff. um he gets kidnapped by Wild Knuckles, but they end up becoming friends. But there's a part where Wild Knuckles is like, "Oh, I want you to call home. We can make a ransom." And Gru's just like, "My mom will probably pay you guys to keep me." That felt kind of sad. Like, like he doesn't ever really say anything mean about his mom, and his mom never says anything mean about him. But his mom like never pays attention to him or anything. And I hate that's like a recurring thing in these movies. Like in the next movie, the whole thing with him stealing the moon, if I remember right, is because like he kind of just wants more attention, honestly. Like even in this movie, I don't really feel like he's evil or anything. I think it's more of just like he needs a mentor and kind of just wants someone to be proud of him. It's kind of sad now that I think about it. And I thought it was sweet though that even after being fired, the minions like immediately are already trying to find Gru. Like they're making one of those what is it? One of those like charts with strings when you're like trying to connect the dots on stuff, and then they go try and find him. And then from here, it's kind of more focused on the minions a bit. Like they're finally plot important. I mean, like the plot is starting. The minions have to go to San Francisco. There's a part that was like, I guess, a little bit funny where they have to be pilots on a plane. And as soon as that happened, I thought like, oh no, they're like going to crash this plane. Um, I do like that the blue debut, I think it's called. I did not say that right. This, you know, the song from Space Odyssey where it's like there's zero gravity and it's like that waltzy sounding song. They have that for this with the plane, even though there's no like change in gravity in the plane. I thought that was still partially a reference. That was nice. So that part was a little bit funny of the minions trying and failing to fly a plane. They don't crash it, unfortunately. Gru gets put on a 48-hour disco torture device, and I thought, yeah, that's probably like physical and psychological torture. And then there's like the start of a C plot of Otto the Minion trying to find this stone. He ends up making friends with this like kind of hippie biker guy, which I thought was cool. He was actually like a cool side character. He's not like super plot important, but he was nice. Like he's chill. They end up basically going on like a road trip to San Francisco. I think Otto kind of needed a friend like that because everyone hated him. And the minions make some friends too. They go to San Francisco. Michelle Yao voices the like old lady mentor character, which I thought was cool because I haven't really seen her in a lot of stuff lately, except for being the star of Everything Everywhere All at Once. So I'm like happy to see her in more roles. But yeah, she voices this like mentor character that teaches the minions kung fu. She's honestly more memorable than the villains. It's kind of sad, and she has more screen time. I actually liked the minions having these like almost like kind of they kind of felt like parodies of kung fu movies a little bit. They have these like training sessions with her to learn how to fight, and then at the end they end up leaving, and she's like, "Yeah, they're probably going to die." And then the rest of the minions, meanwhile, are being used by Gru's mom to sell Tupperware because there's those like 70s Tupperware parties. I thought that was kind of funny, and I also finally realized that Gru's mom is voiced by Julie Andrews, and I keep forgetting about that because like I'm used to how Julie Andrews sounds in like her younger days in like 60s movies like The Sound of Music. It's not just like that she sounds old here, it's that Gru's mom, she voices Gru's mom in a way where she sounds kind of like huffy a little bit. That's probably not the right word, where it's like you can't really tell that it's her. Kind of throws me off, but it's like a perfect voice for that kind of characters because Gru's mom is like, I don't know. Um, what else? And then in the meantime, Gru's bonding with Wild Knuckles, and Wild Knuckles is like a father figure to Gru, which is kind of cool, and like that's the real reason Gru wanted to join the Vicious Six in the first place. Like when I originally watched the movie, I thought he wasn't gonna really be that important. I thought he was gonna be a minor character, but no, he's like basically the third main character, and I was kind of invested in like his plotline stuff with Gru. I don't know. I wasn't expecting to like actually get emotionally connected to this movie. Um, there's even some parallels to me with like him and adult Gru a little bit. Like he has this really tall house in San Francisco. It's like a big blue house, and the interior of it kind of reminded me of Gru's future house a little bit. Like how it's that tall house, except it's like all black, but like the interior, I'm like, wait a minute, this kind of looks familiar. So I thought that was cool. And then they end up going to the Bank of Evil, which I know was like a big thing in the first movie, and I completely forgot about it until now. And there's some references in there. They basically robbed the bank as a way to test Gru's like skill as a villain. It's not really anything like plot important. It's kind of more of like references and things, but it has the bank teller guy from the first one who I thought was kind of an asshole, but he's younger now and doesn't look as dead inside. It was kind of funny. He shows Gru and Wild Knuckles a photo of him and his kid. His son's Vector, by the way, because at this point Vector is like also a child. I don't know if he's the same age as Gru, and Gru looks at the picture and goes like, "Oh, that guy looks weird." Like he's already not liking Vector from day one, um, and then Gru ends up robbing from the bank and stuff, which is funny because like later he's gonna owe a ridiculous amount of money to this bank. I was kind of a little disappointed. I'm like, oh, they're at the bank. We can't even see Vector as a child, but no, he's just like a little cameo here of like in the photo. I don't think like plot reasons there would be a reason why, and plus, you know, they're not really supposed to know each other until adults, so it makes sense. Oh, speaking of children, Gru is still voiced by Steve Carell in this movie, and on one hand, it like kind of makes sense because that's like that's Gru has a very distinct voice. And at first I was thrown off because I'm like, why is this adult character's voice coming out of this child's body? But like Gru, even as adult, like at any age, he has like that super like nasally kind of high pitched voice. So it, like, doesn't actually sound weird for a child. Actually, it like kind of fits. It just threw me off the first couple minutes of this movie. Um, and then there's this new song that plays for a little bit because now at this point everyone's in San Francisco. Um, where it's called Turn Up the Sunshine. It's a new song by Diana Ross, which is awesome. She's like one of my favorite artists. It's a new song for this movie. It plays like a little bit in the movie itself, just in like one scene. It's like very quiet too, but I recognized it immediately. But they do play it in the credits. It's a banger, honestly. That's like the thing I remembered from this movie, if I'm honest. I just wanted to mention about it. Okay, then there's like the final boss fight, um, where the vicious six or whatever, they use the zodiac thing. We finally figure out what it does, and all it does is it turns them into like giant animals. It's literally it. But the animal designs are like kind of cool. It fits what the characters are supposed to be. Though he's a little disappointed of like, why does the guy with the lobster claw or whatever, you think he's gonna turn into a lobster, and he just turns into a monkey, and it's a little bit disappointing. Like I kind of thought about it a bit more, and it's probably because it's supposed to be like only zodiac animals. But like, why give him the lobster claw? Like he was already like an animal, I guess, because he had the claw. Why you gotta? Okay. Anyway, um, the final fight's actually pretty cool. It's like a bit more. It's okay. It's like the one thing I will give like this movie over Minions 2015 in terms of like plot stuff. Okay, that's not true. Gru is a good character in this movie. I should say that. Like the plot's sort of good. But this was a way better final fight because like when the in the previous movie it's just Kevin and Scarlet and it's kind of just like whatever. But this one there's like a lot of different things going on. It's like more actiony and dynamic. So Gru's like the damsel in distress. He's like gonna get torn apart by a clock or whatever. So instead, it's like Wild Knuckles and the Minions versus the Vicious Six, except the Minions because of the Zodiac thing. Like they use their kung fu skills that they learned and somehow not die, but they also get turned into animals. But it doesn't really have like plot relevance. I literally think it's just so that they have the excuse to make more toys of the Minions. They do look cute as the animals. I think they get turned into like a chicken, or no, it's a rooster, a rabbit, and like a little goat or something with horns. They look cute as the animals. I'll be honest. Um, and instead of like well, sorry, instead of Kevin being like the main minion for this fight and saving the day, it's like him and the other minions sort of they don't really work together, but they have their own little fights. And Otto is actually the important one. He's the one that sort of saves the day along with Gru. And then Wild Knuckles ends up getting like burned or something, and it was kind of a little sad. Uh, he gets taken into an ambulance where he's like immediately arrested by the anti-villain league or whatever, and he's like, "Oh, it's okay, Gru. I'm not going to really be in there long. Wink wink. I'll see you soon or something." And then it immediately cuts to his funeral, and I forgot that this is a Minion movie. They're not I don't think they ever kill anyone off in this series. I thought they did at first because I couldn't remember. I was like, "Oh shit, they actually kill him off." Okay, character development, but it turns out he faked his death to escape the authorities. He also ends up telling Gru to shoot for the moon. Nice to know that he takes that literally and to like stay friends with the minions. Though I thought it would be kind of sad that like he's probably dead by the time Despicable Me starts because he's already old at this point. Um, but anyway, there's a Minion choir at his funeral. I wrote in my notes, imagine having the Minions just at your feet. No, no. But the Minion choir, to be fair, is they do like a pretty good job. It's like kind of tasteful. Like they don't make a joke out of it or anything. I mean, it's the Minions. They're already a joke, but you get what I mean. It kind of made me think of like with the second movie. From what I remember, the Minions end up singing, I think like YMCA at like a wedding, like Gru's wedding or something. Kind of little bit reminded me of that. And then we get some like right before the credits stuff or whatever. but not really like part of the ending, I think. Of Wait, no, it's the ending. It's the ending. The ending sets up more stuff for Despicable Me, where Dr. Navarro wants to like quit being a villain or something, and the minions do like the cutesy eye like Puss in Boots thing, where he's like, okay, fine, I'll go work for Gru. And Gru's evil like villain car, the like rocket thing, isn't even his. It's Dr. Navarro's, which I thought was kind of funny. So now Gru's basically all set for like the next movie. He just has to, like grow up and then fail being a villain for like 15 years. Um, anyway, then we get the credits, and I always like with kids movies how usually the credits are like either a summary of the plot visually, or it's like slice of life type stuff. Um, of like what happens after the movie or something. And this one's cool. It's just like Gru hanging out with the minions, but like he's still a kid and stuff. Um, and I really liked the illustrations of it. It kind of reminded me of like a children's book art style a bit. It was very cute. And we get Turn Up the Sunshine as like the credits song, which is really cool. But yeah, that's pretty much everything. I know this is like a little bit longer. This one was like good now that I think about it. I had to like wait after I watched it. I went to shower. I had to like think about the movie to really kind of decide on my thoughts. I think I like Minions 2015 like a little bit better, but now that I've had some time to like process this one, I think this was really good too. They're like very there's some things that each of them do well, like I mentioned, like Scarlet was a memorable villain in the last one. It was more focused on like the minions and the humor was better, but in this one Gru's a really cool character, and I like both the plots of like the minions having to try and save him, and then Gru bonding with Wild Knuckles. um, though the villain sucked, the final fight was actually pretty cool, and there's like more like character development and stuff in this one. And this one kind of feels more like Minions 2015 kind of stands off as its own thing, but it also doesn't really feel as like a movie that just happens to have minions in it. And I kind of like that. But then this one also kind of very clearly, even though it's made like 10 years later, kind of feels a lot more like the Despicable Me movies, like humor and tone wise. But I think it sort of fits. I think it does really work as like the prequel to Despicable Me 1, which I'm actually going to watch that tomorrow. Um, but yeah, this was cool. This movie was kind of the main reason I wanted to watch all these movies again, to see the kind of the transition between like this movie being like the setup prequel and then going back into the Despicable Me movies. I don't know what score I'd give this. I think the last one I gave like a C or whatever. I think I'd still give this one the same. But yeah, it was cool. It was nice to watch it again. I'm gonna have to listen to the soundtracks for both Minion movies again. Okay, so next is gonna be Despicable Me 1, which is gonna be weird to see because it was made 10 years previous to this one, so the animation is probably going to be worse. Okay, so Despicable Me 1, um, I'll be honest, I enjoyed it a lot. It's kind of interesting because this one I watched as a kid. I was like 9. I even remember still remember seeing the trailer for it in theaters before it came out, which didn't really have anything with the movie. It just had like the logo and the one of the songs associated with the movie, and I'm like, what's this? And I watched it and I liked it. I liked the Minions as a kid, and now I'm like a lot older. And you know what? It still holds up. It's still good. I'd say like animation wise, it doesn't hold up as well, but I'm gonna talk about that with my notes because I'm gonna give you like my thoughts with it first, and then go into my notes and stuff. I could just say this now, give this like a B or an A. On like a personal ranking level, I'll talk more about that though. This one, okay, because here's the thing. I'm doing these all in order, so I'm kind of also comparing these movies to like each other. So having just watched both the Minion movies before this, like I watched them like last night or something, and I just finished Despicable Me 1, kind of gives more an opinion with this and with my notes and stuff, so I'm just saying that. This one felt like slower and more grounded than the Minion movies, which makes the jokes and like the overall movie of this good. Like it kind of like this is the first one. It's like pretty simple and stuff. But the thing is, like this is a really good movie. It still holds up and everything with like the characters and the plot. It's just harder to watch now because of like how fast paced the Minion spin-off movies are. Like this one is like a better movie than both of those, but it's like more boring to watch because the Minion ones are like more exciting. There's more things going on, like they're more complicated and stuff. Though the plot with this one at least moves like pretty, I mean, the plot with all three of them moves like pretty decently and stuff. Like I mentioned in my Minion reviews, how the plot isn't really like stopped for jokes or anything. But with this one, it's like the jokes feel. It's hard for me to explain. It's like it has time for jokes and for the plot, and that's like the main thing that makes this work. Okay, there's toilet humor in this one. There's a fart gun. Thankfully, there's not like a ton, but it's always something I cringe at. But I'm not surprised. This is a movie from 2010. But on the opposite side of the coin, this one has like smarter humor than the Minion movies, and it's actually funnier. Not like it's like hilarious or anything. I feel like I can kind of compare it to Megamind, which I think came out around the same time, because they both have like the same plot of like a character who's a villain, not like full on evil though. They're not like a complete like monster or anything, but they're like a villain as their job, and then they make emotional connections to other people for the first time in their lives and realize like, whoa, maybe I'm not actually evil after all. Yeah, I guess Wreck-It Ralph, it's like a whole trend with these like 2000s movies, huh, of like this happening of like villains that are like, wait, I might actually be the good guy. But they handle it in different ways of like, this isn't going to be a comparison video, I'm just mentioning about it. Where did I write that in my notes? I wrote in my notes, this is going to be longer, by the way, I have like a lot of notes. Megamind and Despicable Me have the same plot. Megamind has more humor, but Despicable Me has more heart. Like they both have heart, they both have their like emotional moments and stuff, but this one kind of handles it, I think, a bit better. Like Megamind has like all the memes and it's kind of like actually pretty funny and stuff. But with this one, it's like it's not really funny. There was jokes that made me laugh, maybe like five or six. I'm gonna probably mention all of them in my notes. Um, but it is like a bit funny. It's definitely funnier than the Minion movies, and the jokes I just mean by smarter as like they're better, well written and stuff. I think they work well. That was cool. The thing that kind of also works against this movie, besides it being slower paced, which makes it harder to rewatch, is that the animation, because this is a movie from 2010. It's interesting because I watched the trailer for the second one, which is only made 3 years after this one, and it's like the animation is already significantly improved. Um, but the animation here is like it's a little clunky. Like the way the characters move feels almost a little unnerving, but it's still like 2000s, not like early 2000s animation, but like it's like mid 2000s animation. I'll give them credit. Is this Illumination's first movie, by the way? I've like never heard of them before this movie came out, and now they have like a ton of other movies, but I feel like this is probably the one that got them like really popular. Um Oh yeah, and there's more lighting here than with like the Minion ones. I don't know how to explain it. I don't know if it's better or worse. What else? But what's cool with this, I know I'm like comparing this to the Minions, but I can also compare it more in like a positive light in terms of character development, specifically around like Gru. I'm kind of more attached to him as a character now that I've rewatched the Minion movies and I'm like seeing his entire life in order basically. Like this one kind of helps with his like continuing character development. It kind of is like feels like a full circle a little bit of like the Minion movies where, or I guess it's really just the second one because he wasn't really in the first Minions movie, with the second one with like his childhood and the stuff about like him and his mom and how his relationships are and whatever, and that like kind of really continues. Like this movie already kind of references that a little bit of like flashbacks of Gru as a child pre like Minions movies and stuff, but it kind of fits well with that. I'll be talking about that in this movie. The music's pretty good. Like this one is set in like, I don't know, whatever the modern day would be. Like it's like typical, like probably 2000s or whatever. It's like I just mean modern as in like it's not centered around a specific decade like the other ones are. So there's pop songs in this one, but the pop songs are all actually really good. They all feel like very like cheery and like something you'd listen to like on the radio in the summer. I also should not be surprised because Pharrell Williams actually did all the music. I thought that the song Happy, which was like really popular and from this franchise, was in this movie, but that one's actually in the next one. Um, like I knew Pharrell Williams did that song, but I didn't know he did the music for this one too, of like all the original songs. They were all, like I mentioned, really good. I'll be pointing out. I don't know their titles, but I'll be like pointing them out. I think a little bit in my notes. But anyway, the first half of this movie, it could again, it's like a couple factors for me. I haven't watched this movie since I was probably like 9 or 10, and I'm older now, and I know that changes things, but also because I just watched the Minions movies, which are very different, like tonal wise. So both of those things might just, and my taste changing too, might be influencing what I'm about to say of like, or my overall opinion with this movie of like the first half felt like kind of slow and a little bit boring, but the second half or so, like I think around the time of like when Gru you know how he has that moment where he runs out of money and everyone gives him money and he decides to try and incorporate like the girls and the moon stuff. I think like once around that point, the movie starts getting like a lot better and more interesting. And by the end, I realized like, oh, I actually enjoyed this a lot, and I was like smiling during the credits. Like you can probably hear it in my voice. I sound more, or maybe I do. I don't know. I feel like I sound more like excited about this than the Minions ones because I'm like, oh yeah, it was good. You know, you have that feeling after you watch like a good movie and stuff. Like this one, if it says anything, this one I think has like an 80 something percent rating on like, you know, like the ratings in general when you see it on streaming. This one's on Prime, by the way, Amazon Prime. Um so I think it holds up. It just makes me a little nervous because I've heard things about some of the other Minion movies. They like kind of progressively get worse. The second one I'm excited to watch though. It I have a lot of good memories of. That's the one I actually remember the most out of all the Minion movies. But we'll talk about that later. You know. Um, Okay, so notes with this movie, just of things I watched and jokes and whatever. There's a lot. Um, I there's a lot of things in this movie that I completely forgot about, like the intro not having to do with Gru or the minions or Vector or anything. Which I guess that's sort of how these movies go a little bit. It's kind of confusing actually because it starts with the stuff about a pyramid, and then the pyramid doesn't actually end up being plot important or like relevant at all. The intro is that there's like this family that goes to visit um, the Pyramid of Giza is stolen, but you don't really know that until kind of the reveal in the beginning of like this dumb kid. You just kind of assume he's gonna die, like he's gonna fall. He does something dumb. He like falls into the pyramid. You think he's gonna get like destroyed instantly, and then it's revealed that it's been replaced with a blown up replica, and that it's been stolen. And you're made to think that it's Gru who stole it, and he didn't. It was actually Vector. But you only actually see it at the end, and it's not even for anything really super important. Like it's a little related, but not really. The plot's more about like the moon and stuff, so that's kind of funny with this intro, but it kind of it's kind of like it kind of fakes you out a bit, but it still works. And honestly, then it goes to like this montage with Gru. That's one of like the best parts about this movie, to the point where like the Minions movie, I think Rise of Gru, even I mentioned before, does the same, like tries to do the same intro of Gru's day-to-day life and being like a little jerk, but it just does not hit the same at all. Like with this one, it's a good example of like why this movie has like a different vibe from the other ones, or like, or I guess from the Minions movies. I mean, since I'm watching these in chronological order, I can't say the same for like the next Despicable Me movies after this one. um Hold on, let me see, where are my notes. I think it's just because this is like Gru going through his day. Gru's kind of like, Gru and Vector are really like the only kind of like weirdos in this town. Like everyone else is just normal. You know, I mean, Vector is really kind of like the super villain of this movie, but you know, he's not like I mean, he is very flashy and stuff, and I not really like gimmicky. He's still kind of just he feels very human, is what I mean. Like with some of the other villains, it's kind of just like they're so flashy and whatever, and it matches the tone of like the movies being like more progressively fast paced and having more like weirder characters. But Vector is like pretty tame. Kind of almost reminds me of like Scarlet Overkill a little bit, like villain wise. I think that's part of the reason I liked her. They kind of give me the same vibes a little bit. Like Scarlet and her husband Herb both give me elements of Vector, and I think that's why I like them so much. Like Herb has like Vector's like whole comedic vibe, and Scarlet has like his villain vibes, but it's like as if Vector was split into two characters, and I think that's why they both work as like the villains of Minions 2015. Because Vector is like this kind of like funny, like chill guy. He's kind of a bit lazy, and then as a villain, he's like he's kind of more of like a joke villain, is what it feels like. He doesn't do anything like extremely horrible compared to everyone else. Like he doesn't even actually care about the moon or anything. Um, he's just some guy, and like Gru is also kind of the same way. They're kind of like parallels. Gru is like just some guy who is like a bit of a jerk. And like pranks people with his gadgets, and everyone else is like pretty normal actually. I think that's part of why this movie works. Like it's a normal place. There's like people in the suburbs and whatever, and then you have these two goobers. Okay, I liked Gru's neighbor. He doesn't really get that many lines. He's not really like a character. His design kind of reminds me of Flanders from The Simpsons, and I do feel bad for saying this, but the joke that Gru made about his dog did kind of get a chuckle out of me. And then we get to see the girls. I like from their first scene, you can already like what makes like a good character introduction. They don't even have that many lines, but you can like already tell based on like their actions and everything about them what their personalities are. I missed them if I'm honest, because I didn't really it didn't like click with me of like, oh yeah, this is a movie they're in, until I was already watching it, because I was so used to like the minions and just like the minions and Gru. But I did miss them. They're good characters. They're like a good contrast to Gru, really. And it's just kind of funny watching going from like Rise of Gru and then this one where Gru is like I mean, it wasn't like too shocking of like, oh, Gru's an adult now, because that's how I was already used to him and his voice always sounds the same. um, but what threw me off was like seeing Dr. Navarro suddenly age like 50 years. Like his voice is sort of the same too, but the difference is that like, he's like younger in Rise of Gru, and then in this one, it's not just that he's like an old man, but he looks like comically old. It's like, whoa, it's like someone put him in a freezer for too long or something. But it's funny, they sound exactly the same. And personality wise, they're pretty much the same too. Well, Dr. Navarro is there's like more jokes around his age and him being forgetful. But like Gru is still kind of an awkward dork, just like he was as a kid. Um, it's just that he's the big thing with this one is that he's like kind of a huge grump, and it's not even like he's more evil or anything. It's just that he won't open up to of like trying to connect with other people, and he's sort of like kind of mean to the girls. Not like he's actively bullying them, but like I guess he is, because he doesn't really listen to them or take them seriously. Kind of just sees them as a means to an end. And I know that's the whole point, but it's like his character progression has gotten worse as he's been growing up. um, but I also sort of get it. Like I mentally made a lot of connections to like the Rise of Gru a bit, where the reason he's probably like that is because he's had this like the same. He's used to getting what he wants, but he's also had literally just the same friends for his entire life. Like as a kid, he really did only have like Dr. Navarro and the Minions, and it's the exact same setup with the start of this movie too, until the girls end up being a part of his lives. You're gonna hear me talk about that and like analyze Gru's character a lot with this movie. Just saying, the minions feel kind of different. At first, I thought maybe it was just animation wise. Like I know this is from 2010, but the minions feel kind of animated different, almost like a different art style. They look like worse, which I get it. I get why. Um, I guess because I'm used to them being like really shiny and more yellow with how they look in the Minions movies. Um, like it's a big improvement. Just thinking about like Minions 2015 is like 5 years after this one. I get 5 years is a long time in a sense, but like they look amazing there, and they have like the. I guess I'm used to animation now where you can like see the fibers on characters' clothes, and I forget how bad 2000s animations look until I'm like rewatching these movies. Then again, I did watch Megamind. Okay, I need to look up what year Megamind came out. It's gonna bother me because this one's 2010, and I have to make all of the yeah. Megamind is 2010, and I like kind of remember it looking better. Okay. Oh, we get to hear we don't specifically like see in that they're recognizable the minions, like the trio from the Minions movies. We do hear them by name, they just look different because they have Kevin and Stuart in this movie. In fact, Kevin is the first minion that Gru talks to like by name in this one, which was nice. But it like doesn't really look like Kevin. It's the same with Stuart. Bob isn't even in this one. Like Bob's pretty recognizable, like his personality and his eyes. I think all the minions, like they have the one eye and two eye, but they all kind of look like they're copy pasted a little bit, and they sort of have the different proportions, but they don't have any. Bob is like a minion. Bob and Otto are like minion spin off OCs in a sense of like they look more unique compared to everyone else. I'm very curious if they're going to be in like Despicable Me 4 or anything. Anyway, Gru, he gives his pep talk to the minions. He starts it off, I forgot, with like, hello, everybody. And it felt like a lot like Markiplier. And the shot of Gru in front of the moon to the point where I think it's used in some of the posters and stuff of him in front of the moon when he wants to steal it is still like, there's so many like iconic moments of this movie that are like still iconic. Then we cut to scenes every once in a while of like the girls. I'm just going to refer to them as the girls because that's what Gru does. We know their names. I'm going to keep referring to them by name, but as a collective, they are the girls, as Gru says. I can never get that right. Um, they have an orphanage. There's like a woman that owns the orphanage. Her name is Miss Hattie. She's kind of a jerk, but I'm not surprised. Uh, I think she's voiced by Kristen Wiig. I noticed it in the credits, which is kind of funny because it doesn't really sound like her, and I think she voices Gru's wife in the sequel. Which like you see that character design, you're like, yeah, this is a Kristen Wiig character. But I'll talk about her in the next one. But Miss Hattie, anyway, one of the first things she says is because she has that like very monotone voice or like kind of a little snarky, but she's like, "You're never gonna get adopted, Edith," and it's like, damn, you're not supposed to tell them that. You keep your mouth shut. I mean, I don't know if the girls would have ever gotten adopted. They're like nice girls, they're not like brats or anything, but I don't know what that's like in the Despicable Me universe of how orphanages work and stuff, of like how often they get adopted. Anyway, um, Gru's mom is like, speaking of asshole characters, is also an asshole. She's actually kind of even worse in this one. You're gonna hear me talk about her a bit too. Um, because Gru sometimes calls her on the phone. Like she went from neglecting her child to basically thinking like adult Gru is useless. Well, it's no, I'll talk about that when I get more into it later. I'm like tempted. I'm like I have thoughts, but I gotta wait. We get to see the Bank of Evil again because in this movie it's like a huge plot point, including the guy that runs the bank. I think his name's Mr. Perkins. He's even um, more of a jerk in this one, but I think it's because he's been working at the bank for so long, and also because Gru is not really like a reliable like customer or something. So like I sort of get it, but I'm also just like bruh. But I mean, he has been working at that bank for a long time too, so I bet he's like a bit more dead inside. He's even still kind of mean to Vector. It's like I kind of get it, but I'm also just like, you don't have to be so mean. Um, it's just funny because like the bank is more intimidating here, and I know this movie was made first, but I still like comparing it to the Minions ones. And it's just funny because like literally in the previous like chronological movie, Gru just casually robs the place as a child. um, oh yeah, we see flashbacks of him watching the moon landing and stuff. That's interesting to think about, like comparing it to the Minions, because the Minions aren't in his house, even though the moon landing is in 1969, and Minions Rise of Wait, no. Yeah, Minions 2015, the ending of that, they start to follow around Gru, and that's in 1968. So the Minions should be there. But anyway, then we get introduced to Vector. He's easily my favorite character in the franchise. I haven't even rewatched two and three yet, and I haven't seen four as of like my recording right now. But Vector is my favorite. He's so memeable. That's part of it. I think it's the voice acting too. Um, that's a thing I'm a sucker for is line delivery. Like just the way Vector talks and stuff and his excitement about shit. He's great. Like the part where he goes, "Oh yeah," which I've seen memes for. I had a before I even started doing this series, I had a video pop up in my recommendations that was one of those like 10 hours of silence, but every time it's interrupted with and it was with his "Oh yeah" sound clip, and I almost actually watched it. um, but his introduction is great too. That's something this movie does really well is its characters. As like Gru keeps moving away from Vector on that like comically long couch, and Vector keeps trying to get attention and stuff. But it sort of makes sense. Like I feel like Vector probably doesn't get like attention from his dad or anything. Vector just kind of lives in his own little world and whatever. I think that's why him and Gru are kind of like parallels in a way. I think they're probably like around the same age, and they neither of them get like attention from their parents and whatever. Um, what else? I skipped over the part of Gru asking for a loan. That part's always kind of hard to watch. There's the demonstration of the shrink ray on like the island Gru steals it from. I think it was an island. That was pretty dramatic. I forgot about that part. And then Vector, of course, just immediately steals the shrink ray from Gru. Um, and I like how before Gru officially adopts the girls, like I mentioned, we get to see like short scenes of them at the orphanage, kind of learning more about them. It's funny to me because like I want to talk about the girls for a little bit. Um, because like Margot's the one in charge, and like Edith, it's interesting. Edith is presented as like the kind of a bit of like the weird one, the one that's like kind of more of a tomboy. I don't mean that like tomboys are weirdos or anything, but like that's kind of how the movie portrays her. And then it's kind of funny because like Agnes is represented as like the cute one, but then she has all of these like comments about things, like the Cheeto butterfly thing, and then even Edith is kind of like weirded out by her a little bit. Like they're both kind of weird in their own way, and Margot is just I don't know, Margot's Margot. I keep forgetting she's like voiced by Miranda Cosgrove, who I grew up watching iCarly, so it always is like there's like a lot of celebrities in this movie, but that's always the part that throws me off is her. Then we cut to Vector stuff. He has a Wii. I thought that was pretty cool. Like it's literally just a Wii. They don't even hide it or anything. Because of course he would. And then Miss Hattie, when the minions are making up Gru's like fake backstory, mentions about Gru having a knighthood, and I just keep thinking about how canonically Kevin is officially a knight because he was knighted by the Queen of England after getting the crown back. That's kind of the fun thing with watching in this order of like, oh yeah, lore stuff technically. There's a joke. It wasn't like funny, but I like for some reason it was one of the ones I remembered before watching of Gru telling the Miss Hattie that she looks like a donkey, but it's in Spanish, so she doesn't know what he's saying. Oh yeah, speaking of Spanish, the minions talk more in English than Spanish. I didn't catch as many of like them saying things in Spanish. I thought that was kind of interesting, and they have more words where it's like you know how they'll talk in English, but it's more like clear of what they're saying. We get to see more Vector stuff. I like the interior of his like lair or whatever. His no, it's called like Vector's Fortress or something. Like it's simple, but it works because it's a lot of just like white, and then every once in a while it has orange because orange is his signature color. Orange is actually my favorite color, and that started off as a kid, and now I'm wondering if it's my favorite color subconsciously because of this movie, and I'm kind of mad about it. Because it works. I feel like it matches. Orange always kind of felt like a kind of a lazy-ish color, like it's very bright and kind of like a weird one compared to the others, and I'm realizing it's like, oh yeah, Vector's kind of a lazy character. I hate that the dots are connecting in my brain. The tiny toilet joke still is something that makes me laugh. It's like I mentioned, line delivery is what makes Vector so funny to me. Um, oh yeah, there's another thing. You know how Gru has like medieval torture devices? It's probably not medieval. Whatever. Torture devices in his house. There's like that like box thing. I know it has a name. I forgot what it is. It's fine. It's fine. The one with like the spikes where you put people in it, and then it closes, and then on the inside they like get stabbed or whatever. There's a joke where Edith goes in one of those, and Gru sees what looks like a blood spill, and he just assumes she's dead, and is just like, yeah, the plan will work with two. Like he doesn't even like blink at the fact that this child probably died in his house, and of course she's fine and we know she's fine. It was just her juice, but I'm like, okay, that was kind of a bit darker than I was expecting. Because I forgot about that. We get to see the robots. They before they're cookie robots, they're disco robots. Their designs kind of reminded me of Chibi Robo, which was a game that I was playing for a while. Not on this channel. I used to have a separate channel just for GameCube games, and then I couldn't remember my password and I can't access it. But that was one of the games I was playing on there. But I think at this point I kind of just do everything on this channel, huh? Um, like I play everything on here and I just kind of do my own things. I have an audience now, which is like still crazy to me, by the way. I'm not used to that. Thank you, you guys. There's a part where Gru makes fun of Dr. Navario. He gets like frustrated at him and he's just like, why are you so old? That the line delivery of that was kind of funny. There's a part where there's a minion that drinks this like gravity serum and it floats out of the building, but like just the animation of it is funny because the minion floats away in slow motion. Just like the whole part of that scene was great. And then it's interesting because like the minion ends up in space and Vector also ends up in space. I don't know. I wonder if that's going to be like significant eventually. Gru lying that he's a spy made me think about like the anti-villain league in the next movie, so that was kind of funny. Because I mean, he has all his gadgets and stuff. I feel like it would work. And there's so much sneaking around in this franchise. They're basically like spies, but for good and evil. Um, Oh yeah, one of my favorite parts of this movie, it's like one of the parts I remember the most actually, was when three of the minions go to the store dressed as like a fake little family and stuff. And it's cute because like they all have like childhood childlike curiosity. And I like how even though the minions are literally like thousands of years old, they all kind of still have like the same their mentality of life does not change. They just do whatever the hell they want. Honestly, I think that's like interesting as like a perspective of like characters that are potentially immortal or don't age or anything. It's like I think about the mental state sometimes of like, the minions have existed forever. They don't really seem to die or age or like anything. I'm assuming from what we've seen with the Minion spin-off, but like their mentality and memories of things always kind of stay the same. They're very like childlike. For them it's probably just living like one day to the next. Um what else? I like. I mentioned about this movie having heart. There's like a lot of scenes in this movie. Some of them are long because they're more plot important, and some of them are just like a short little like couple seconds or whatever. Um, but they always stand out to me. I'm gonna mention about some of them as I go along, and they always seem very sweet. Like they're genuine. Um, like there's a little scene where the minions come back from the store and they give Agnes that like dollar store type little unicorn toy. It's like a unicorn head on a stick, and it's like kind of silly looking, and they seem happy to give it to her and she like loves it because she's never really had anything, and her other one got disintegrated. I thought that it's like a little short scene, but I thought that was nice. Like they didn't have to include that of like, did the minions accomplish their mission? Getting the unicorn toy was not like plot important or anything, but I thought that was nice that they just included that anyway. um and it's just interesting, like Gru's relationship with the girls too throughout the movie is like he's so used to getting his way, and the girls are so, especially Margot, are like so stubborn that it kind of forces his character development to become a nicer person. The pajama joke about Vector's warm up suit is still kind of funny, where Agnes thinks it's pajamas. He's like, "It's not pajamas, it's my warm up suit. It's for warming up." And Margot's like, "What are you warming up for?" And Agnes is like, "Probably sleeping." That always still makes me laugh. And then they go to the amusement park, and I think that's kind of where the start of Gru's opinions on the girls changes. Because I mentioned about music earlier, I like the song where they go to the amusement park. It sounds really fun. I think they even played it in the credits too. Um, because honestly, like once Gru steals the shrink machine and bonds with the girls, I feel like the movie gets like better because that's kind of like the emotional focus of this plot. The whole amusement park was a probably the part I remember the most, even more than like the minions in the store. Um, and the winning of the fluffy unicorn scene where Gru's like, "My turn," and then obliterates um, the carnival game or whatever was pretty great. The carnival guy was like just as mean as I remembered. He's not, no, he's mean. He's mean and kind of snarky. Um, and it made me think how like of like Child Gru and Rise of Gru of like he gets to be kind of a cheater and uses his gadgets for like pranks and stuff, and he still remains that way as an adult. But like with this scene, it shows like okay, he can use his gadgets for like good and still kind of keep that part of his personality. And the girls are cool with it. Like I remember when I originally watched and I thought, wouldn't the girls be like scared of like him having all of these like gadgets and death machines and shit? But they're like totally cool with it. The unicorn plush is actually pretty cute. I know it was like a huge meme at the time of Agnes holding the unicorn plush and being like, "It's so fluffy, I'm gonna die." But it's cute. I feel like that would probably. I'm assuming it's probably an actual plush. I wouldn't buy it, but I will admit that it's cute. We get to see Gru's. I know it became a meme after the movie of like Gru's 4 step plan, and then people replaced the last image. That was kind. It's always funny with these movies. It was the same way as watching Megamind of seeing scenes in the movie where I'm like, oh yeah, that's a meme now. And I liked his art style in the drawings too. Like it kind of reminded me of like older animation styles a bit. And then in that same scene, Mr. Perkins is bewildered by the existence of children at one part, even though Vector's his son, and the movie shows us that Vector is his son. Oh man. It goes back to what I was saying of like characters age between these two movies specifically, and it affects their personalities in this one. Um, we get flashbacks of Child Gru not impressing his mom and not being like kind of the reason he wanted to steal the moon. But that feels a bit worse now after watching the other movies of like how his mom never really paid attention to him, and his whole like little character arc or whatever of wanting to be accepted by the villainous six or whatever and proving himself and befriending Wild Knuckles. It's like I said, everything like if you watch these sort of chronologically of like Gru's origins, kind of like it all fits. I think that's why the Minions movies work so well. Everything like character development wise just fits a bit nicely. um the scene where Agnes gives her piggy bank to Gru, there isn't any dialogue in that one part, but that's probably the part of the movie that feels the most genuine. Um, because the girls are like smiling at him, and he's at his lowest. He doesn't have any money, and like Agnes doesn't have any money either. But the fact that she decides she just wants to help him, and then it leads to all the minions, and that's like the turnaround point. Like the minions give all their money. I don't know if the minions get paid, or if they have workers' rights or anything. But and then that's like the turnaround point where Gru kind of is more hopeful to start his project again. Um, there's a part where Gru's mom just shows up at his house and shows the girls Gru's childhood photos. I'm kind of mixed on it because it's like she's teasing Gru, not in her usual way of being mean, but kind of more of like your parents tease you about things from when you were a kid. But she at least seems okay with the girls, and I'm going to talk about that more at the end. That's like the first time you see her. She isn't like saying anything mean about the girls or to them or anything. It's just kind of more of teasing Gru. And the fact that she showed up unannounced to hang out with them, I don't know how she found out that he adopted children, but it's still cool. Oh yeah, on that note, I want to talk about Dr. Navarro a bit. I feel mixed about his character in this one. I like him as a character. He's kind of like a funny little old man or whatever. But beside, like, Mr. Perkins, the bank owner guy, is kind of like the real main villain. Like, Vector's also the villain, but he doesn't really seem to care about stopping Gru that much until he's like pushed into it by his dad. Um, so Vector's like the villain, but not doesn't really feel in the same capacity of evilness as like other villains I've seen in this franchise, like the Minions ones. Um, but not Dr. Navarro. I mean, he isn't a villain, but he's like an obstacle, I guess, kind of not always on Gru's side, which is interesting and kind of a bummer. Like, I get that he needs Gru to stay on track. Like, even when he forces Gru to give the girls away, he's like, yeah, this is for your own good, because they've been working for years for this project of like Gru trying to prove himself or whatever. But it also kind of sucks because Gru's like happier with the girls. Like, you see him doing like better, and that's part of like the main thing with this movie is his like personal growth as a person and his relationships with others and stuff. Like, Vector doesn't even really care about the moon, or I don't think even knows about Gru's plan to really steal it. Like, he had to get the shrink machine first, and then his dad's like, "Oh, you don't have it anymore because Gru has it or whatever." I don't think he's even really mad about. He does. I don't think he even connects the dots about the girls being part of Gru's plan to steal the shrink machine. He's just like, "Oh, those are the girls that sold me cookies. Why are they with Gru or whatever?" But it's really just because of his dad that he, I think, decides to kidnap the girls. And I'm not saying like anything like Vector's misunderstood. He's not the real villain or whatever. It's more of just like he doesn't seem like evil. He kind of just reminds me of like pre character development Gru. I don't know. Oh yeah, Gru has the Mona Lisa in his house. It's in the girls' room, and that reminded me with the Minions movies. Of how part of the plot is that he steals the Mona Lisa from the bank. So I like that he still has it, and we got the origin story in the Minions movie of like why he has the Mona Lisa. Um, and then he reads them the cat puppet book. That's one of my favorite parts of this movie. I think that's really like the emotional like climax of it. Um, though it is funny that like Gru's, you see that he's becoming nicer and likes the girls, but he doesn't want to read them the book or anything. He still doesn't seem like sold. Or really it's more of like he still is kind of like a grumpy person. I guess I do like all of his like sarcastic comments about the storybook though. He's like, "Wow, this is garbage. You actually like this." It's like funny the line delivery of it. But to be fair, it's a picture book for toddlers basically. Like, I get why Agnes likes it, but I feel like Edith and Margot were like too old for it. Though the cat puppets, the little cat finger puppets were cute, and the bedtime scene is important and very sweet because he realizes he cares for the group for the girls. Like, I looked very carefully. Well, you don't have to look that carefully, but like his facial expressions as he's reading the book, when he gets to the line, "Your mommy loves you with all her heart," is sweet. It's like a light bulb. You can see it in his facial expressions. It's like a light bulb went off. Um, of like him realizing like, oh, I actually care about these girls. But the fact that it's the line of like, "Your mommy loves you with all her heart," kind of also felt kind of sad because his mom, I mean, I don't know if his mom loves him or not, but like his mom is kind of not on his side for like any of these movies, until the end, I guess. And then that's like for that idea is like further carried out when he sees the girls. Like, it shows the Gru family tree. I want to mention about that really quick because it's labeled specifically as Gru family tree, not Gru's a family tree, if I remember correctly. But like, does this guy have a last name, by the way? I just assumed his first name was Gru. Everyone calls him Gru, but this is giving me the possibility of like, is Gru actually his last name? It doesn't matter. But my point is, the girls end up having these little drawings adding themselves to the Groove family tree. I thought that was nice. Like, it's shown before, like, even the ending when he rescues them, that not only are they emotionally attached to him, but they already see him as their dad. Like, even in the part when he's late for the recital and he sees the note the ransom note. The chair was labeled as Edith, Margot, and Agnes's dad, which is very sweet. And then Dr. Navarro threatening to send the girls back to the orphanage when clearly doesn't Gru clearly doesn't want to is also kind of sad. Um, and then of course the girls think that Gru did it. I'll talk about that a bit later. Like even the minions, I like how they're as fond of the girls as Gru, and they're basically just like extra playmates for them. Like I noticed in any of the scenes where Gru's playing with the girls, the minions are usually there. Like there's like right before they get sent away, he's having a tea party with them, and the minions are there, and they're all like clinking their little glasses and stuff. Um, okay, minion biology was another thing I was wondering about because there's that one minion that is outside of Earth's atmosphere, and he should be dead. The moon launching scene is really cool. Any of the like space shots were really cool. I feel like that's kind of where the movie's budget went to, because it felt like the animation got better. Like it was all saved for like that. But I really like the part when Gru finally gets to Moon. Like he's so excited, and then he sees the ticket and tries to make it to the rehearsal, not or recital, not just because of like the emotion of it or anything, of like him realizing that the girls are more important and not really the moon. Like he has what he wanted, but was it worth it? Type of thing. But it's just like a nice slow moment. It's like perfect, honestly. Like the way it's shot and how there's like kind of gentle music in the background. Something I was kind of confused about was like I get that Vector kidnapped the girls so that Gru could give him the moon, but then why does he decide like he changes his mind and decides to keep the girls even when he has the moon? Like what's the point? If anything, they're probably going to annoy him. Like he already has the moon. If he gives Gru back the girls, Gru's just gonna leave him alone, unless unless Vector actually thinks that Gru cares about the moon more. He probably does. But Gru going Mama Bear mode to rescue them was nice, and I like how with this one, I think it's also just because I just watched the Minions movies yesterday. There's no like grand final boss battle or anything. Like Vector doesn't even like try to kill Gru or whatever. He literally just wants the moon. I still don't get why he's holding the girls ransom at that point. Um, but anyway, the climax is instead Gru trying to rescue the girls, and I think that works a lot better. I think this is the best climax out of like these three that I've watched so far. Um, and I think it's interesting how Gru never actually gave up the girls. Like, he wasn't the one to make the call, Dr. Navarro did. But he doesn't tell the girls that. And instead, he actually owns up for it and apologizes. And he's like, I'm sorry. That was the worst mistake I ever made. Um, like, them jumping off of Vector's ship is supposed to be, like, tension filled. And it's, like, kind of simple compared to, like, other of this franchise's like climaxes or whatever. But I think it's nice. It like really tests how the girls trust him, and I like the detail of like Margot being the one hesitating to jump. And I like how the like jump like it's a trust fall is like also kind of reflected in the dialogue. Like Gru says something like, "Oh, Margot, I'll never let you go again," and that's like literal of like she's jumping off of there, but also like metaphorical of like he let them go. Um, what else? And then he rescues them, and I didn't even feel bad for Vector being stuck on the moon. But I think that's funny that like the movie didn't kill him off or anything. Like I think from what I remember, like Scarlet ends up getting frozen and then just decides not to be a villain anymore. And the Vicious Six get turned into rats and they do not get punished in any way. Vector just kind of just ends up on the moon, probably for like years, and eventually probably like dies or something. I don't think anyone's gonna show up to rescue him. Maybe his dad. That would actually be funny if there was like another movie where he ends up coming back from the moon trying to kill Gru. But I don't know. Anyway, I like the callback towards the end of like, because the movie starts with the news anchor talking about the pyramid being stolen and like, who is this villain? What will he do next? And then it like fakes out and cuts to Gru. But then in this part, it's like it's referring to a hero, and then it still cuts to Gru. Um, and it's interesting, like Gru doesn't like announce or anything, like he stopped being a villain. I don't know if he even has at that point. It's more of just like the girls were more important to him than the moon. But I'm thinking like, is he still committing villainy? Is he still technically, like a villain or whatever? I guess it doesn't really matter. And then I appreciate that he took the time to write and illustrate a children's book at the expense of his nose. I actually do like the parallels with the children's book, um, where the whole point of it, like, it was cute, and it's his way of telling the girls that like he loves them and describes like his feelings towards them throughout the movie and whatever. I thought that was like a nice message. um, and I like how he kind of, he doesn't want to seem too soft. He's got like the image to maintain, where he denies that the characters like specifically look like the girls, or how anything in the book relates to anything in real life. Like, he's still sarcastic and a little grumpy and a bit of a prankster for sure, but he's at least not like cold and kind of uncaring anymore. Um, Not that he was like a dick or anything. It's like he cared about the minions at least, but he just didn't like care about the girls. He saw them more as like a means to an end. Like, I'm getting emotionally invested in this man's character development. Damn it. Um, Not gonna lie, Margot hugging Gru and admitting she loves him towards the end always kind of makes me emotional because she was the one that warmed up to him the slowest. The minions are like pretty charming. I wrote that in my notes somewhere. Gru kissing every minion on the head goodnight. There's this one, I don't know the channel that made it, but there's this one Pikmin animation on YouTube someone made of Olimar when it's like towards the end of, okay, if you've never played Pikmin, basically when it's becoming nighttime, you're supposed to get on your ship and leave, or else your Pikmin will get eaten. Um, and there's an animation someone made of like night is slowly approaching, and Olimar is kissing every single Pikmin on the head goodnight, and it kind of reminded me of the same thing. And then there's the part with the recital, which is like the ending. I want to talk about that. I want to talk about Gru's mom, actually. I like how she went to the recital. Like, I wrote in my notes before there was even any dialogue. As soon as I saw her in that scene, I paused and I started writing this. I like that Gru's mom came to the recital. Like, having the girls is what finally impresses her. And then I continued with the movie, and she says this part about like, "I'm proud of you, son. You're a good parent like me." And then she pauses for a second and says like, "Maybe even better." I have some thoughts about that. I thought like, oh, of course you consider yourself a good parent, even though you weren't available as a parent, like emotionally or physically. But her admitting that Gru is better is nice. It's like stopping the is generational trauma the right word for this kind of movie? Um, of like Gru's mom not really being there for him. The minions basically kind of raised Gru. Uh, and that I think affected like Gru's ability to connect with others, which he struggles with as an adult until he, adopts the girls and learns to like warm up to people and stuff. I feel like both him and Vector as adults are like emotionally stunted, or like kind of maturity wise, by their parents. They kind of like handle it in different ways. I think that's part of why Vector is the way he is. And Gru's like trying to stop that because it's like once he has his character development, he tries to actually like be there for the girls and involved in their lives and stuff, and even does a thing where he kisses them goodnight. So I think that's very nice. I think that's part of the reason I'm glad I watched the Minions movies first, because it kind of wraps up, like, his character development will continue, I'm assuming, with like the other movies. I at least remember it from like the first two, but it kind of wraps up like the Minions spin-off of like Gru's childhood, and then him here, like, not like all his issues are solved or anything, but like he's getting better, he's character developing and stuff. And then him having the girls do like a makeup recital is always sweet. They get like a big stage, and then there's a dance party ending. And normally I hate those in kids movies, but like this one actually has some effort. Um, of Gru having like a dance solo. You know how most of them are like every character and they're all dancing in like some plain background or whatever. But like this one is like they actually put effort into like the animations and stuff. And You Should Be Dancing is a banger. That was always one of my favorite parts of this movie. And then I forgot that it was in the movie until I got to that scene. Um, I think that would have been nice to have that song in Minions Rise of Gru because that was a movie that took place in the 70s. That song honestly would have worked like perfectly in it, even as like, I don't know, maybe as like an Easter egg, as like a credit song. But we at least did get Turn Up the Sunshine, and that was the credit song instead and made for the movie. And that one, though not physically being made in the 70s, is also a hit. Uh, I'm just a big disco fan, I'm sorry. What else? We get credits. They're not like 2D illustrative anymore. They're 3D of like minion shenanigans, kind of like the ones from Rise of Gru. I wouldn't be surprised if the ones from Rise of Gru were like a callback or something. Um, but I feel like they were more creative with it, with like having silhouettes of the minions and then the minions trying to break the fourth wall. Yeah, okay, that's pretty much my notes. I was watching the movie, I was thinking like, yeah, I'll give this like a B. You know what? I think this movie still holds up. I will not use the animation against it, and I feel like my judgment is a bit impaired because I watched Minions first. The spin-off ones. Like I like the pacing of those a little bit better, but everything else this movie does like kind of blows the other two out of the water of like the characters and stuff and the villains and just everything with it except maybe the soundtrack. But the songs in here are good. Like Pharrell Williams does a good job. And this one is still just overall like a good movie. I'm glad I decided to rewatch it. I'm a little disappointed that like I'm not as fond of it as I was when I was a child, but I guess that's character development on my part. But it is still a good movie. I would watch it again. I liked it. And I was having fun with it towards like the second half. I'd give this one like an A on my hypothetical rankings. I will like rank all of these once I'm done watching them all, but just as of like my current opinion, having just watched this one was really good. Okay, so next is going to be Despicable Me 2. I'm looking forward to that because that's the one I remember the most, and I like Gru's wife as a character. She's funny. So I'm gonna do that, and I'm kind of nervous after that because I've blocked the third one completely from my memory. I don't remember it at all, and I've heard some negative things about four, but I don't know anything about the plot. But yeah, Despicable Me 2 should be good. So I'm gonna. Okay, so first off, I gotta just say I loved Despicable Me 2. It was so good. It's kind of funny because like with the first one, I remember liking it as a kid and then I watched it this time and I still liked it, but I felt like it didn't really hit me as much. And then this one was literally like not only just as good as I remembered, but I was surprised how much of this movie I actually remember. Not that like the last time I saw it was no, it probably was a kid. It's weird. I thought I had like a DVD set of the first three movies, so I thought maybe that's why I can sort of remember them better than like a lot of childhood movies. But we don't actually own it on DVD, which means I probably last time I'd seen any of the Despicable Me movies was in theaters. So I don't know how the hell I remember this one so well. Um, Easily my favorite so far of the ones I've watched. I think if I had to make a comparison on like the reason why, I would say it's kind of like how I feel with the first two Shrek movies, where it's like the first one's a classic, everyone loves it, it's a good film, but it was just kind of never really for me for whatever reason. Maybe the tone, maybe the pacing of it. Like the characters and everything is good, and it's good, and I like it, but then I prefer the sequel because, like with Shrek 2, which is one of my favorite movies of all time, by the way, it's like you already know who the characters are, and this isn't just me saying this about like every sequel, but like specifically like these ones. It's like you already know who the characters are and they're already like pretty wacky and stuff. You put them in like more wacky situations, but it doesn't get like as crazy as the other sequels. It's like, you know, they really pump everything up and like try and improve things and whatever, and it has like a different tone from the first one. But I'm like a comedy person basically, so when things are kind of more fun, I'm kind of more interested in. Like both Shrek 2 and Despicable Me 2 have like a completely different vibe from the original ones, but it's like I like them both a lot more. Okay, but this isn't about Shrek 2. Maybe eventually I'll get to watch all the Shrek movies for this channel um, when the new one comes out. Anyway, I'm gonna read my like general thoughts, and then we're going to go on to the notes. So this one was made, I think, like 2, 3. That 3 years after the first one. Yeah, I think this one's 2013. DM one was from 2010. But honestly, like the animation, the lighting, like the character details are like such an improvement. It's like really crazy to me. Um, like it's just nicer to look at too than the first one. Like the minions in the first movie, especially, like have not aged well. Um, like the minions kind of look more like yellowy here. They kind of stand out a bit more. Um, they have like their silly little joke segments and stuff of them like being silly, and it's all like the perfect amount in the length. I was surprised. There's like a lot of scenes with the minions, but they're all like very short because the minions like they have to be there not just for like comedic value, but the minions are literally like a key point of the plot. But you don't realize why until the end. You just see like little snippets of them doing funny things and getting kidnapped and then to explain at the end. But those segments are all like pretty good and they're kind of paced well where it's like we have stuff with the main story and then like a little bit with the minions and it kind of goes back to the story and whatever. Because they're really like I've mentioned with the other ones, there's like an A plot and a B plot kind of thing, or like the minions having their own adventure. That doesn't really happen with this one because the minions are like literally all kidnapped. There isn't much focus on the girls too much either. It's mostly this movie is like pretty much just focused on Gru and a new character called Lucy. Oh, I haven't even given the plot summary. You know what? I'll do that. I'll do that after my general thoughts. Um, wait, what was I going to say? Like all of the minion bits are either like them with Gru, them getting kidnapped, or the minions in Gru's lab, and that's like pretty much it. There's like a faster pacing for sure than the first movie, in my opinion, but it's never too fast. There's nothing that really drags on. Here's the thing the humor, it's less funny than the first movie, and Despicable Me 1 had like smarter jokes. That's like the one thing I'm like, mm. I think there was a little bit more toilet humor too, because this is the movie that does introduce the fart gun, unfortunately, but I think it's only used like maybe two or three times, so it isn't too bad. With toilet humor in kids movies, it can always be worse. It's never something I've liked. But I'm surprised that like all the characters get enough screen time. Like the movie kind of balances between like Gru and Lucy, and then Gru with the girls, which I'm glad because that's something I was kind of worried about. Of like, now that there's like a new main character that's with Gru, like I thought, oh, are the girls going to be pushed to the side? That's kind of what I'm worried about with watching the sequels because I blocked out the third movie, but from what little I can remember, I don't really remember Lucy or the girls having like a big part in that one at all. I don't even really, I think because that one's focused on Gru and like his brother or something, which is a shame because like Lucy's a cool character. She's kind of what I remember the most about this movie, and the girls are also good as like a trio. But yeah, this one's just more fun. Like the first movie, it's kind of like with the Shrek comparisons I can make, where it's like Shrek one and Despicable Me one have like a lot of heart. Like I mentioned, I'm talking about the first movie. Like they're more like genuine as a whole and have like more emotional moments and stuff because it's supposed to be about like a character that's like a loner that like learns how to bond with people. That it is kind of funny to think about because both Shrek 2 and Despicable Me 2 are like the main plot is basically focused around romance, but like the movie doesn't really feel like as the romance stuff I'm like iffy. I mean with the Shrek movies that's also what the first one was about. But in this one it's kind of different. Like the first Despicable Me is about like Gru and the girls and it feels like they're really bonding and stuff. And then with this one it's like Gru falling in love with this woman named Lucy and it's like they do get enough time to bond and everything, but I didn't feel like the connection was really like as strong as it was with Gru and the girls in the first one. I think just because of the way those scenes were, like Gru's scenes with Lucy are like a lot more of like comedic stuff, and it doesn't really feel like it kind of builds up until their relationship until like later into the movie. This one is actually a spy movie, which I'm usually kind of I like. I can't say I like all spy movies. I'm just a really big James Bond fan, but I'm kind of iffy with like spy themed movies with kids movies, but I think I have to blame Cars 2 for that. If you've seen Cars 2, you know what I'm talking about. I do want to give that one another chance someday. Because this is like they're both spy parody films, but this one actually does good with that. I like kind of they made it fun. I think that's part of the thing that makes this movie fun. Um, this movie actually parodies like a lot of different genres actually. It does horror, not for like large chunks of the movie, but like specific scenes and stuff. It does horror, it does alien abductions, it does spy parodies, it turns into like an 80s action film at the end. There's actually a lot of action scenes with this movie, which the first one, I mean, it makes sense the first one didn't really have that because that one was kind of more like ground to earth. It kind of saved up the action moments until it was like plot relevant, which is great. I'm really glad they did that because it would not have fit with the way the first movie was. With this one, it's like they like 100% lean into it, and I'm like here for it, honestly. Yeah, that's what makes it hard comparing this one and Despicable Me 1, where it's like they both have their strengths and they're both good movies and they're like both perfect the way they are. It's just this is more, and this like talking about movie franchises in general on this channel is more of just like how I personally feel about it rather than if the movies are good. But I'm giving like both sides of the opinions. Like both this one and Despicable Me 1 is good, but I feel like I'd have to rank this one higher. Like the other one's an A, this one's an A plus, and that's only because of personal taste. Okay, so basic plot description of wait, hold on, let me pause really quick. Okay, so basic plot description of this movie, and just like with the others, there's spoilers for this entire video. Lucy, or bleh, sorry, she was like my favorite character in this. So that's where my brain's focused on. Gru, he's like a single dad now. He's not really like a villain anymore. He's like trying to be not like he's trying to be a superhero or anything. He's just trying to be like a normal guy basically, and he gets recruited by the Anti-Villain League, which is like one of the worst names for like a spy agency I've ever heard. And he's given this partner named Lucy. She's really cool. um and they have to like go undercover and do spy stuff to try and find like a villain or whatever, but it's like one of those where the everyone knows who the villain is, but they're like disguised as a normal person for most of the movie. Not it's not even expected to really be like a plot twist or anything of like, oh, this character's a villain. It's more of just like, okay, now the movie's finally revealing it, you know? Um, and they have to do that, and at the same time, there's sort of like sort of theme side plot with this movie of like the girl's role in this movie is basically like trying to get Gru to date women, except that Gru's scared of women, which kind of evolves from like them people pushing Gru to go on dates to him the girls kind of like wanting a mother. And that's pretty much it. And then there's like a third thing that isn't really like a plot, but it's like kind of a background thing of the minions are like mysteriously being kidnapped for some reason, but like none of the main characters know about it. So that's like pretty much it. And it's, like I said, it's like kind of a spy film, but like actually good. Very like actiony and stuff. It's cool. It's cool. Okay, we're gonna start off with the notes now. Funny, I just mentioned spy stuff because my first note says, "Bruh, why does this start off like a 2000s Bond movie?" I was thinking specifically of those because those are a bit more like. Okay, no, it depends when in the 2000s we're talking about Bond. Anyway, I guess I could even say like Austin Powers a bit. No, no. It's like it starts off at like a base somewhere, and there's like the secret stuff that's stolen by a giant magnet, but like just the whole intro of like that scene and the font that the opening credits is in and the music playing is like totally like a kids movie trying to be like a spy movie. Uh, and I like how I've always mentioned how like introductions of characters and things are good with this series. Not that Gru needs to be introduced, but like when we first see him, he has like one of his like standard guns, and you think like, oh, he's gonna do something dangerous, and it's just him blowing up a balloon because the movie starts. with Agnes having a birthday party, which is pretty cool. I guess the characters do sort of age in these movies. It's just not visible because it's a kids franchise. Um, but I like how he's already I don't know what the time gap between the first movie and this one is, but like that he's already completely changed things to like accommodate, like he's a dad now and stuff. Like the grass is visibly nicer, not like it's green, but it looks nicer. There's like a playhouse in the front yard. So the girls can play outside now. He like decorates the house. The outside is still like gothic and spooky looking, but like he decorates it for the party, and puts all this effort into trying to make Agnes's party great, which I thought was very nice. Like it's like a princess themed birthday party, but it's also kind of more not like princessy as in like super pink and girly and whatever, even though there's like a unicorn emphasis. It's more of like kind of like medieval times themed a bit, which I think is pretty cool, honestly. Though the one thing I've been confused about this whole movie is like Edith, like at the beginning of the party, actually for the entire movie she's in a ninja costume. Like it makes sense at the party a little bit because we see her doing like this um combat training thing or whatever as like an attraction at the party, and like the other characters are sort of dressed up like Margot's dressed up as a knight and Agnes is dressed up as a princess, but that was only for the party. But literally, like almost this entire movie, Edith is just dressed as a ninja, and I'm assuming it's just like a phase she's going through or something, but I don't know. I thought that was like kind of weird. But yeah, Gru uses all his old like weapons and stuff to make like little attractions for the kids, which are, as you expected, horribly dangerous, but the kids are having a great time. There's also like a bunch of moms at the party too. I don't think we ever see any like single. There's like one single dad in this movie, and it's actually the melon. So I was just thinking about that. And then Gru has to wear this fairy costume for Agnes's party, and it's like supposed to be funny and stuff. And there's a little bit of like he hates the costume and he looks kind of weird in it. But I appreciate, he puts the effort to like give Agnes a nice birthday, and she like knows it's him in there too, but she pretends for the other kids. She isn't even like upset about it or anything. It's sweet. And then there's a mom at the party who tries to set up Gru like with women, and it's like that's something that would probably bother me in real life. Of like appreciate the effort of like trying to set people up. I mean, that's actually how my parents met too. My aunt set up my mom and dad on a date, but Gru's like obviously not interested. I mean, it's also because he has like a childhood fear of women, basically, and that's something like he does end up conquering in the movie. But like at first, that like kind of bothered me a little bit. Of like he's not interested, stops. And the thing is, she's not even trying to set him up with people. Like she's a comedic character, of course. She's not important, but like she's trying to set him up with women that he wouldn't be interested in anyway. She's trying to set him up with like literally anyone. Like why does it bother her so badly that he's like not dating anyone? Like what's wrong with him being a single dad? And then we get introduced to Lucy Wilde. She's who I remember the most out of this movie. Not like she's like fantastic or like meme quality as Vector or anything. I don't know. Okay, I think it's because she's voiced by Kristen Wiig, who always has like I used to watch her a lot on SNL as a kid, where she has these like no matter what she's doing, these like peppy, silly characters that are like very chatty and they're like socially awkward and stuff. But it's always fun. It's always fun. Like as soon as I even saw her character design when I first watched the movie as a kid, like before I even heard her voice, I'm like, yeah, that's the kind of character she would do. But yeah, Lucy Wilde's just kind of like a fun character. She's a good foil to Gru, um, where she like pretends to be professional and serious about to do her job, but is like kind of a dork and really peppy. But even then, she's not always professional about her job. She's kind of it's kind of a balance of like she literally is like a super eager like rookie type character and stuff who gets like way too excited about the gadgets and whatever and doesn't really take it too seriously. The only time I think she's ever serious about her job is like the beginning before we're like kind of properly introduced to her. um but then once she's working with Gru, she kind of lets her guard down, and Gru, meanwhile, is just kind of done with her like silliness or whatever. He's just kind of like over it, but then they end up warming up to each other, and she does turn out to be like a nice character and stuff, and like has moments she can be serious too. What else? We get introduced to Anti Villain League. It's interesting how they knew this whole time about like Gru taking the moon. Then again, I mean, at this point with the movie, it's like everyone knows about Gru taking the moon. It's like a big thing to the point where like other villains think it's really cool. Even Lucy tells Gru at one point, like, "Yeah, I think your work as a villain was like so cool," even though she's not like a villain herself. But yeah, they never decide to arrest him. The whole thing is like they're recruiting him now because he's a former villain, so they know he has like the bad guy mindset, which isn't just like an excuse plot thing because that is how he figures out who the villain is. Well, based on like his past knowledge, but also in like how to do the spy stuff is from his like knowledge of being a villain. Um, it was also interesting too because we do see the anti-villain league in like an earlier movie ish, but it's like Minions: The Rise of Gru with like the '70s flashbacks. Um, but I did think it was kind of sucky that like they try so hard to recruit him and at first he's like not interested and they kind of make fun of him for like settling down to be a dad in the suburbs. Like why does everyone in this movie like uh like bully Gru about his life choices? Like is there something wrong with him deciding not to be evil and to just be like some guy? If anything, that would probably be like a good thing. Then again, characters being evil in this movie isn't really taken seriously unless they're like the main villain. What else? We get scenes of like downtime of Gru and the girls, which again, I really like that. We get to see like their room and how they kind of affect the house and sort of like bits and pieces of their lives now that they live with Gru and the minions and stuff. Um, Wait, what else? Did I mention this thing about Dr. Navarro yet? I don't remember if that's happened in the plot, but he ends up leaving to go work for someone else. It kind of goes with the thing of like people bullying Gru for not being evil anymore. And the girls try and like set Gru up on like dating websites and stuff because they pester Gru a lot about like not wanting to date people thing. And even though Gru turns the lab into or the layer or whatever, he converts it to make jellies and jams, which do end up playing a plot point later. We still get like that big montage of like the camera going down and down and down through the layer, and we get to see like the minions doing minion things. That's always cool. That's something I actually really liked from the first movie. Okay, so the minions start being kidnapped, which the scenes of those, I think I remember that being like in the trailer. No, like the teasers for the movie before there was even trailers, like the stuff you see in theaters. I guess I wouldn't really call it a trailer. Like the first time I'd seen anything about this movie, it was like a little short of like not like a little short of like the minions being kidnapped. So like okay, there's a new Despicable Me movie coming, or like it's getting a sequel, but you don't know anything about it. You just know the minions are getting kidnapped, and then that isn't even a thing that happens in the movie until like 30 minutes in, and it's like a side thing, but it does turn out to be important. But basically, the spy plot, like the main plot of this movie, is like Gru and Lucy having to work undercover at like a mall food court to find the imposter out of like all the people that work at the mall and stuff. And then Gru has like his usual like two or three, I think three this time, minion assistants. um, I think only one of them is named, and it's not. None of the individual minions are like plot important or anything in this movie, from what I remember. There's one named Dave, who I think is new, I guess, because like every one of these movies has like a minion with a name that ends up being important for some reason. And he has a crush on Lucy. He gives me Stuart vibes. Like Kevin and Stuart are like named in this movie, but they don't really like do anything. You know how Gru will like name out minions to do tasks. I don't think Bob exists at this point yet, but we see Bob in the credits. I'll mention about that later. So I guess it's interesting. Um, I thought it was kind of funny that like Gru and Lucy at the beginning of the movie are looking for the villain, and he walks into their shop, and Gru recognizes him, and I'm kind of disappointed the movie hints like immediately, like very in your face, this character's the villain. Hey, but we won't reveal it until we're ready for it in the third act. And it's like kind of a bummer, especially because they try and play the whole angle. It's really only for the characters in universe of like, this is a normal guy that works at the mall and has a restaurant. He can't be the villain or whatever, because he's like completely nice. And but instead it kind of focuses more on like Lucy and Gru, but mostly Gru, trying to investigate him, and it does make him more likable as a character. Because we just that's a cool thing with like all of the villains I've seen so far in these movies, except for the Vicious Six. I think that's why they didn't stand out for me. In Minions: Rise of Gru, where like every other villain, it's like yeah, there's some like villain that's trying to like do world domination, and they're like crazy and have weird weapons and stuff. But then there's a lot of scenes of them where it's just kind of like down to earth type stuff, where they're just like, oh yeah, they're just like normal silly people, just like Gru is and whatever. Um, I hope that continues to be a thing. I don't really remember actually who the villain of Despicable Me 3 even was, and I haven't seen 4 yet, so I'm like, oh, man. There's also like a little side plot. It's not even like a plot, it's like something that happens like one time in the movie and then is kind of more important at the end of like, why is my brain not working today? Agnes has to do this like Mother's Day pageant. We don't see it, but it's basically like an excuse where she has to give a speech about mothers, and she struggles with it. Um, it kind of shows the effect of like uh, the girls, you know, because they're adopted, and Gru like wasn't married to anyone or anything. He's like a single dad, of like how it affects the kids of like not having a mom. Not that they like need a mom or anything, but it's like a plot point the movie has, which I think is pretty interesting because there's probably a lot of kids that can relate to that. And it also relates like plot wise of like at first I thought it was weird of like, oh, you know, people are just pushing Gru to go on dates or whatever. Okay. But then here it's like, you know, Agnes kind of very clearly like wants a mom. So it kind of relates to that too. And because he's spending the movie bonding with Lucy, like it's pretty much kind of set up of like, okay, they're gonna get together. It like fills in, it fills all the check marks. But I think it's nice that everything kind of works together nicely. But I thought that was an interesting point of like, you know, Gru's like, you can still do the pageant, it's okay, and whatever. And Agnes is like, no, it's not okay, because she doesn't know. Like she's saying the words, she even says the words like her speech monotone, but that's just because she doesn't really like. She doesn't have a way to understand what she's saying, basically. But I don't know. It's like a small thing. It's like one scene in like the middle of the movie, and it's not even like really plot relevant at all until it like sort of pops up in the ending when they've already beaten the villain and stuff. But I thought that was like a cool thing that they introduced in this. Kind of made me care more of like, you know, people trying to push through the date and whatever. What else? The Minions. I'm skipping over some of my notes, by the way. Some of them just aren't really important now that I'm reading them. The Minions are easily kidnapped in different ways. I thought that was interesting. They get kidnapped by an ice cream truck, and there's one part where they get kidnapped that's set up kind of like a horror movie, and another one where it's set up kind of like an alien abduction in the middle of the night. Honestly, the Minions weren't so curious and they just stayed home, or in the lab or something. They would literally never have gotten kidnapped in the first place. But you know, it's the Minions. Of course, they're going to be ridiculously easy to kidnap. There's a part where the girls meet Lucy at the mall, but like Gru's also there, and Agnes immediately sees Lucy as like mom material and wants Gru to marry her. And Lucy is like kind of into it that like Gru is like adored by his girls and stuff. She thinks it's sweet. I have a note about that, but I'll save it till the ending where I can talk about it a bit more. So then they also, you know, it's kind of interesting because at the beginning of the movie, like when Gru and Lucy are trying to like go over the potential candidates of who could be the villain in this shopping mall, they like name a couple of people, but we only really get to see two of them. One of them is named Eduardo. Spoiler alert, he's the villain. He gets the most screen time. Um, and then there's another character, I think his name's Sam. He runs like a wig shop or something, which I feel like is a whole joke just because like Gru's bald, which ends up being sort of plot related. He basically only exists as a character so that, you know, they can do the thing where it's like, oh, hey, we caught the villain. everything's fine and then it's not fine, and it was like they were framed or whatever just to like kind of further the plot. Which I don't like that. I think that's kind of lazy. But yeah, we only get to see two of these people at the mall, and like that's really it. Not like they're the only characters in the mall. There's like a side thing of like Margot having a crush on a guy. Um, and she goes on a date with him, and there was a part that was kind of funny to me where she's like completely infatuated with him, by the way. And he tells her very dramatically, like, my dream is to one day play video games for a living. And she's just like, wow, you're so complicated. I don't know, that got a chuckle out of me. I just think it's funny with like kids' crushes in movies and stuff where you could be like completely head over heels about someone, and it's just you're putting them like too hard on a pedestal. Kind of almost reminds me of like a Goofy movie a little bit, because that is literally what happens with the intro, if I remember correctly. What else? But yeah, Eduardo is a fun character. Um, I think it's mostly because he's like a surprise villain, so he gets to be like kind of fun. He gets like his silly moments where it's like, okay, he's kind of likable, but then also parts where he's like, kind of sus or whatever. And Gru tries to get him arrested immediately just because his son has a crush on Margot or something. And the characters at like the anti-villain league are like, no, that's crazy or whatever. And then Gru is right for like all of the wrong reasons. Though I do think it's cool in that same scene, Lucy in general tries like so hard to like hype Gru up and make him look good to like her boss and stuff, and Gru just does not play along with that at all. But I think that's like a nice detail of like she already likes it. Not like romantically, they're not like romantically really interested in each other at this point, but they're very clearly like she like really wants to be his friend, basically. Okay, so then we get to see where the kidnapped minions go. They get to chill on a beach. It's like a setup thing. They're not like actually on a beach, but they like think they are. What's kind of funny to me is, okay, so the first minion that ends up getting kidnapped is one who's wearing like a maid dress in Gru's house, who's like using a vacuum cleaner to clean the floor and stuff. Um, and then we see that minion later in the maid dress at the beach, but not doing anything maid related. And I'm like, okay, does one of the minions just like wearing the maid? I'm sorry, I can't take like you know how like the typical design of like maid dresses, like you think of like this the stereotypical like French maid dress that's like black and white. I don't know. I can never take those seriously now because I'm so used to people drawing like femboy characters in those, or like it's like a big meme now, or like the cat Raymond from Animal Crossing. People were like obsessed with putting him in a maid dress, and I still don't understand why. But it's nice that the minions get to relax. I was gonna make a joke in my notes about like, oh yeah, I bet because the minions don't get vacation days, and then later on, Gru's trying to find. Gru never really notices until like towards the end of the movie of like the minions are mysteriously disappearing, which is weird because if I had like an entire army of like loud yellow goobers that lived in my house every day, I think I'd notice if they started going missing. Like they start going missing one by one, but eventually they just get taken from the house in swarms. Um, but like Gru doesn't notice until like after like halfway through the movie of like, hey, where's some of the minions, and mentions that they have limited vacation days, so it's still nice. They get to chill on the beach. But I get why he's distracted and the minions are not really the priority for him in this movie. He only really carries around like two or three anyway, but at this point he's only really working with Lucy, so we don't really get a lot of time of like Gru and the minions in this movie at all until like sort of the end. Like the minions are supposed to be like around the house and stuff, but there's only like a couple around really. And I like how it's kind of like a nice little mystery of like, oh, someone is kidnapping the minions, but we don't know who because it's not like super obvious that it's the villain. We just know it's like, okay, it's a bad person or something. Then there's a part where Gru. It's like one of the only parts where I'm like, okay, I can sort of see that Lucy and Gru are like slowly becoming a thing now. Like their relationship's getting stronger. No, Gru goes on a bad date. He's set up with this lady who has the same voice actress as Mabel from Gravity Falls, which was so funny to me, like when I originally watched this movie as a kid, not just because I was watching Gravity Falls at the time, um, but like whoever does the voices Mabel, her voice is like so distinct and always kind of sounds like that. I've noticed in like no matter what role she's in, she's just like one of those voice actors where they kind of only really do one voice. Not that that's like a bad thing, for some of them it works. Anyway, but that like really threw me off of like hearing a voice where it's like a very specific character, but it's coming out of this like animated grown woman that looks like kind of weird, and I'm like, oh, okay, it's still awkward to like sit through. Um, and then Lucy shoots her with a tranquilizer, and Gru and Lucy have to take her home, and then they like hang out a little bit for the first time outside work. Not anything of like they go on a date or go anywhere fun, but they like talk for a little bit. She gives them a kiss. It's nice because like at that point they kind of like each other. I don't think Lucy sort of realizes she likes Gru yet, but Gru very much is figuring out that he likes her, which leads to like a montage I really like, one of the most memorable parts in the movie for me. But I do think it's sweet. I want to just first say that Lucy, like this entire movie, there's like all these women that get set up with Gru or whatever, like women he has to interact with that like think that Gru's weird. Like everyone just thinks Gru is weird and makes fun of him for like the entire first two movies, and then Lucy actually just immediately really likes Gru and like is even fine with him being bald. Like he wears a wig during his bad date, and she ends up saying something like, "Oh, I actually like you bald." Like I think it's nice that she like genuinely likes him for his like weird little self. Um, Okay, I mentioned in my Despicable Me 1 review about the song Happy by Pharrell Williams. And then it finally plays in this movie because we get that whole. There's like these two little montages. One of them's longer than the other. The first one is like Gru like being on cloud nine basically, because he's in love with Lucy, and it's like he goes around like town or something and he like helps people out. And then you have like the reverse of that, of like the sad breakup montage, even though they haven't broken up because she doesn't know how he feels, where he like bullies people, which is kind of funny. But we get the song Happy, and not only was it like a song I loved when this movie came out, but that song was like everywhere when this movie came out. I still like very clearly remember that from like 2013. And then that made me remember that like 2013 was like a decade ago, and it feels not that that was even like my childhood or anything, but like I mean, that was the start of my teenage years, but it's still like a really weird point in my life. I like kind of very clearly remember at that point, and like the movies that came out at the time, like Frozen came out that year. It's wild. Um, but yeah, I think that part of the movie, of just that like one part, I feel like I probably rewatched this movie at least like once as a kid, and it was probably because of that song. Um, but yeah, Gru, when he's like in love, is more like playful and happy to the point where it's kind of ridiculous, but it's like it's nice to watch, because he spends so much of this movie being grumpy. Let me clarify, not like a jerk or anything, but just like kind of grumpy, kind of like I mentioned, kind of like a foil to Lucy, because he finds her like a little bit annoying. But here it's like nice to see like he's silly, he's silly. Um, and then he's hyped to see her, and then finds out, like I mentioned, like the oh hey, we caught the villain too early, so the plot can like get weird or whatever. And he finds out she's being transferred, and then he gets all sad. And I like it's one of the parts of the movie that like I think it's really any of the scenes Gru has with Agnes in this movie. There's only like a couple of them are the ones that feel like the most genuine. Honestly, I think that's just how Agnes is as a character. I feel like in both movies, of like the ones I've seen so far with Gru, of like I feel like Agnes is the one that Gru kind of bonds with the most. Like he helps out Margot in this movie a little bit because of like the romance thing. That's the only reason Margot's kind of important. I kind of feel bad for Edith in both Despicable Me 1 and 2. She doesn't have like any plot relevance. She's just kind of there. She doesn't go through like any character growth or have any emotional moments or anything. She's just there for like comic relief. And then Agnes is the one that kind of gets the most like Margot's the responsible one, Agnes is like the little kid, and Edith's just kind of there. But Agnes gets the most like emotional moments and things with Gru. Um, like there's a part where she goes to comfort him when he gets sad, and like I mentioned, that was nice because it's like it's actually the movie kind of slows down to take its time with this scene. Not like he's like crying or anything, but he's like bummed out. And I like Agnes's dialogue with that, where she's like, "Oh, is there anything I can do to help?" And he's like, "No, it's okay." And then she says, like, "Is there anything that you can do about Lucy leaving?" And that's when Gru has like his light bulb moment or whatever, and then he wants to tell Lucy how he feels. Okay, so there's a part where Gru like tries to call Lucy on the phone, and it's like one of those like little scenes with it's like one of his only scenes with the minions really. It's like a comedy bit that's not really like related to the plot, where it felt like the whole thing I forgot it existed until I was watching the movie, and then I remembered it like beat for beat immediately, where he panics over trying to call on the phone and is very dramatic about it, and I'm like, oh, that's such a mood. It's like there's a reason why I'm the kind of person where I always text people. I never call anyone. I hate calling for appointments. And I get into fights with my mom about it, where she's not really like fights, but like disagreements, where she's like, just call. And I'm like, no, I don't want to call. Anyway, there's a part where Gru sets some stuff in his office on fire. And okay, there's this part where the minions show up in like fire hats, and there's this one specific minion that has like one of those little white hats that has like spinning lights on it, and the minion goes like wee woo wee woo wee woo wee woo, and I swear it's like one of those images that you can hear, like to the point where I'm watching this movie and Despicable Me 1. They're both on Peacock, and the the minions are such a mascot like character, besides being in the freaking Olympics now, which is probably subconsciously part of the reason I'm doing these recordings now. um the the posters on Peacock for these two movies are just images of the minions. That's probably going to be the thing for this video too, if I'm honest. And it's just a picture of this specific minion with the light, and I saw it when I clicked on the movie, and I immediately in my head, like a sleeper agent thing, I heard the exact like voice line of the minion making that noise. I don't know why the hell I remembered that. It was crazy. But then seeing that in the movie, I'm like, oh, I know you. Okay, then there's this part with like a Cinco de Mayo party, and I completely forgot about that part of the plot, even though it's plot important because that's how Gru finds out about the evil plan. I think it's mostly because Gru spends a lot of it trying to fight a child, and he has this chip hat, made of like it's like a tortilla chip hat, and it has guacamole, um, on like the sides of it. I always thought that was really cool. I kind of wanted that as a kid, where you can like take apart part of the hat and scoop it in the guac and then eat it. That's cool. It's like one of the creative things, only creative things in this movie. The villain's lair is like it's connected to his restaurant. It's also somehow, I don't get how it works. Wait, no, I think it's his house. I think it's his house, and it's like in the mountains or something. But it has the like sort of. There's not really like a lair or anything. It's just like his house, and then there's like one part of it with these like Mayan temple kind of themed doors. That was cool. It's probably not the right term at all, but that's like the words that popped in my brain. Um, and then it's just this like outdoor mountain area where he's keeping the minions hostage or whatever. Um, Damn it, phone battery. Just my phone's at like 15%. Hold on. I gotta scroll back to my notes. Lucy, the next part is she's on an airplane to Australia. And it's one of those things, you know, when you, that like saying of like you love someone and you think about them constantly, you see them everywhere. She, of course, literally sees Gru everywhere, where his head replaces like every character on the plane. Um, and that's when she realizes that she loves Gru. She literally says, like, I choose Gru. And then she jumps out of the plane. And the people on the plane are like, yay, woo! And it has those, like, airbags that pop out when the plane's gonna crash. And the plane is fine. The plane doesn't even, like, change directions or anything. She just, like, opens the door and jumps out of the plane. But like there were even, of course, like this is a children's movie, no one gets sucked out of the plane. But I'm thinking like because I watched Minions, which one? One of the Minions movies where the Minions had to fly a plane. What is with this series and plane safety where people are like this close to crashing the plane that they're on with no regards for other people's safety on the plane? Like, hello? Um okay, so then Gru meets up with Dr. Navarro. Okay, because the thing with Dr. Navarro is he's not really like in this movie that much. At the Towards the beginning of the movie, he ends up leaving Gru because he wants to do like evil schemes and stuff, and he says how he has a new job opportunity, and that's it. The topic is dropped. And then Gru meets him here, and he's like, "Oh, this is your new job opportunity? You're like working for the villain or whatever." Gru acts like so betrayed, but it's like, dude, you know he was going to work for an evil person. Is the plot really that describing? But it's just funny to me because like if Dr. Navarro told Gru who he worked for, not like he got cut off or was about to tell him or anything. It was more just like he's like, okay, I got a new opportunity. See ya. The movie would have been solved like immediately. They would have known not like Gru would have cared about who the villain was, but you know. And then the minions, the grand plot is revealed that the minions were kidnapped. They're injected with the serum. It turns them into mindless purple creatures, and they're like an army against the city. That's it. That's the whole plot. It's like pretty bare bones. Kevin's the first one that gets turned into a mindless purple creature. I'm like, bruh, he was literally knighted by the Queen of England in the 60s. He doesn't deserve this. But yeah, the minions are like the I can't even say like the MacGuffin really because that refers more to like objects that are plot important. But the minions are like the evil weapon thing of this movie. Like in, I guess evil weapon. I don't know because like with the Minions movies, you had like the crown of the Queen of England and the like Zodiac stone thing, and then I guess the Shrinkway with the first movie. It's not even like an evil weapon. There's no like world dominating plot in Despicable Me 1. Vector's too lazy to do anything. It's literally just like domestic issues and Gru wanting to steal the moon. But in this movie, no, it's an evil plot. It's just like, hey, we're gonna take the world over with like uh meth head minions. Um and then I realized it clicked to me of like why were the minions why were the minions so easily kidnapped? Well, Dr. Navarro worked with them for years and he was working with the villain the whole time. I'm like positive he probably orchestrated all the easily predictable schemes to kidnap the minions. Anyway, Gru and some of the minions go to rescue Lucy at this point because, of course, she gets kidnapped by the villains. Um, and there was a part where we get to see like the transformed minions, their point of view. They go back to Gru's house to like I don't even know what to like kill his family or something. It does end up being plot important though. We learn that of course there's a serum to reverse the minions. The jelly becomes important because it's combined with the jelly. And then the movie becomes like an 80s action sequence of like every character has a gun. Oh yeah, and Dr. Navarro decides like he considers Gru and the Minions family, which I think is very sweet because he's worked with them for decades. But he decides to introduce like this cure for the minions, and then everyone gets a gun and shoots the minions, which I'm sure people in real life would also want to do. And of course, minion shenanigans ruins Gru's plan to sneak in. Um, and then it's also kind of funny to me that like Gru is only taken seriously as a villain. Like that was a big thing in the first movie of like Gru being a disappointment to everyone, but also that like no one everyone sees him as like a joke villain pretty much. He's only taken seriously, which is through stealing the moon, by the way. Like I said, he's famous for it. And he only becomes like famous for it after he decides to become good. Everyone's like, wow, you were such a cool villain, and it's like where was that like between movies though? I get it though, like he switched at the end of the first movie, decided to be good. um Anyway, the thing with this one is they do like a fake out of like having a final boss, and I'm kind of mad about it. Because the thing with this one, like this whole movie is focused on Gru and Lucy's relationship. So of course he has to rescue her from getting shot into a volcano, which is fine. I liked that. I think that sequence is done well, but they do this thing where they have El Macho, that's Eduardo's like villain name or whatever once he's like revealed to be the villain, um where he injects the serum to himself. No, he drinks it. He drinks it. What am I saying? And he turns into like this big purple monster, and you think, uh-oh, Gru has to fight him, but like there was no point in that. That was literally just wasting time because Gru wins in 2 seconds. He's captured by the minions, and then the plot continues of like Gru. Like I get it, they had to like stop the villain somehow. It's not like the villain was just gonna give himself up, but I thought that was really lame that they set it up like, okay, this is someone you have to fight, and then it's like no. But I do like that it's like kind of a similar climax to Despicable Me 1 of like we don't really care at this point of stopping the villain. We just want to like rescue the people we love compared to like the Minions movies where it's just like we are going to kill the villain in cold blood. um and then Gru rescues Lucy. They get almost shot into a volcano. Kind of did reminded me of like the endings of the James Bond films, where like most of the time it's like it's Bond and the Bond girl, and they're like stranded in the middle of somewhere after saving the world, but that like gives them like more time for sex or whatever. But in this movie, it's that Lucy agrees to finally go on a date with Gru. She would have done it the whole time if he just asked, but you know he's got like the fear of women. um, and then what I think is cool is then we get this screen that says something like 147 dates later, and then it cuts to their wedding. I just want to talk about that really quick. I actually really like that they don't get married immediately. I feel like that happens so much with kids. I mean, like in terms of the movie they do, but not like in the in-universe plot, if you get what I mean. Because I feel like that happens with a lot of kids movies where it's like, you know, they spend the whole movie falling in love or something, and then it's like, whoop, they get married immediately. Oh, hold on a second, I got a Discord message. Okay, anyway, and then they get married immediately, and that always bothers me of like, yeah, you've decided that you're like in love, but you're basically like dating at this point. How do you know it's true love? You're just immediately gonna get married. Okay. But then with this one, it's like, yeah, they spent the whole movie warming up to each other, and then they went, it's like they waited. They went on like 147 dates and then decided to get married. I think that's nice. It kind of feels more realistic. Like we know they liked each other already, but I think that's cool that they waited. They took their time. Um, and then before they can get married, there's an entire Minion like music video setup thing. I didn't like it as a kid. I thought it was dumb. I still think it's dumb. The thing is, it's like hella cheesy. Oh yeah, and imagine having the minions sing at your wedding. By the way, um, it's super cheesy, but I actually really like it. It's like the right amount of cheese where I'm like, okay, this is stupid, but I'm enjoying it. And then we get the whole thing about Agnes giving the Mother's Day speech because she decides to give it at the wedding, which I think is a cool choice. Honestly, I think that's probably the only reason that's even up like a plot point at all. It's like right after, you know, Lucy's like their new mom now, and I'm happy that that's like one complaint I have to give. I'm happy that like Lucy accepts the girls immediately. The girls feel the same. Um, I just wish we could have gotten like I know the movie said like 147 dates later. I'm sure Lucy got to like know the girls and stuff and hang out with them. But and that's probably what makes Agnes's speech feel so genuine, but it's like I feel like it would have felt stronger for us as movie viewers if we'd gotten like one scene in this movie of like just Lucy and the girls, even if it's something comedic. Like we sort of do, but like Gru is there, and that's kind of about it. It kind of ruins it, but it would have made Agnes's speech like more meaningful, you know. Okay, and then there's Minion YMCA. We have another dance party ending. The only reason these Minion, what is happening with my voice? The only reason these Minion parody songs even work is because the song choice is so good. And I think because the Minions do not sound like pop singers, they're just the Minions. Um, oh yeah, the subtitles in Peacock. it's weird, like no matter what streaming service you go on, what they refer to how the Minions talk is completely different. Like Netflix with the Minions movies is like, okay, it's Spanish, we're gonna have like Spanish words in the subtitles. It's always Spanish, by the way. And then with Amazon Prime or whatever, it's like Minionese, and then with Peacock it's like it just says speaks Minion in the subtitles, and I'm like, pick one, please. And then I realized the Minion spin-offs probably work because Gru usually has like 2 to 3 minions with him at a time, and the Minions movie is like that kind of same setup, except those 2 to 3 minions are the main characters. There is no Gru. I'm actually still impressed with the Minions movies of like they made an entire movie based on the comedic characters of the main franchise, and it wasn't shit, and the fact that there's 2 of them and they were both good is like pretty impressive. Anyway, the credits, there's a Minions movie auditions gag, so I guess that kind of already confirmed at the time of like Minions 2015 was going to be a thing. That probably works well because we've had the entire like Despicable Me movies where the Minions got a ton of spin-off time. That's probably when they were at like peak popularity. um and it's interesting because, like, as a teen, I found them annoying. I actually don't remember if I liked them or not as a kid. I think I did, or at least, like, tolerated them or whatever. But now, like, I realize in the context of the movies, they aren't, like, actually that annoying. They could be worse. Annoying, like, or, like, comedic characters could always be more annoying. Um, but what makes them annoying is like that IRL, they were just freaking everywhere when these movies came off, and I like very clearly remember that. Not just with like the Facebook moms things memes, but like the Minions were just, you could not escape them in that time period. Um and it's like by the time the Minions 2015 came out, I think everyone was kind of already a little bit sick of the Minions, which is probably why it was a good call that like they made a third Despicable Me. No one really remembers it, and then they decided to make like Minions 2 basically, where it's like people are kind of past that like post Minions popularity bit. I also realized that the 3 Minions that are in the Minions movie auditions, like credits gag or whatever, are Kevin, Stewart, and Bob, which I think means that they got the plot and they act the exact same way as they do in the Minions movie, which I think is sweet. And I only realized it was them, not just because of Kevin and Stewart's personalities and them fighting the whole time, but like Bob's eye colors is like the key identifier of Bob, because there's a lot of like short childish Minions, but Bob is Bob. He's King Bob. But anyway, it feels so weird for me saying it. It's not what I expected going into watching this franchise. I actually like the Minions now. I feel really weird saying that because I remember really not liking the Minions. Um, I think it's because I watched the Minions spin-off movies first, where you get to like see the Minions as more serious characters, where they really are just like characters and not just like a mindless horde of attempts at comedy. They're like their own characters. You get to see more of like what they're like without being boggled down by like a typical Despicable Me plot or human characters. So it's like you get to see them do stuff like Kevin saves England or whatever. So then by the time you get to Despicable Me, it's like they're kind of more background characters, but like it's fine. They've done their job. They've done their role. It's Gru's turn to shine. Okay, so that's pretty much my thoughts with Despicable Me too. I know this was like an hour. It was good. I'm giving it an A+. That's entirely just because I like this movie a lot, based on like my Shrek 2 analogy as well. I just like these kind of like sequel movies where they're just, they don't have to be as like heartfelt or anything as the originals. Nothing against the original. Shrek 1 and Despicable Me 1 are both like fantastic movies, but this is just like a personal opinion of like I like when it gets like more silly. I have a limit to silliness though. Like it, in the same vein as like the other Shrek movies, it's like they kind of just get too silly and complicated where it just feels kind of dumb, but like the the Shrek 2 Despicable Me 2 kind of line here is like where I'm like, okay, this is enough silliness. There's like more of an improvement. There's more like fun characters and stuff. It's cool. Yeah, I loved this. This was exactly what I expected, and it was a delight to watch it again. And next, I'll be watching Despicable Me 3, which I cannot remember anything about other than Gru having a brother and Agnes having a side plot of trying to find a unicorn. I don't even remember who the villain was. So, yeah, we'll see how that. Okay, so Despicable Me 3, I'll give you the basic plot first and then my thoughts on it. So, this one, we have like a new kind of main character figure to hang out with, which is his long lost half brother, Drew. And it feels really weird. Having like two main characters with the most screen time that's just like Steve Carell's Gru voice for like the entire movie. Anyway, he lives it's not referred to as Italy, it's referred to as somewhere else, but I'm like 90% sure it's like basically Italy, and that's where the movie takes place. And it's basically like kind of Gru and his family on vacation. So Gru and his brother like they plot to steal this diamond for fun because his brother wants to be like a villain. And there's also like an actual villain in this movie who's 80s themed. That's literally his entire thing. His name's Brat. He hates Screw, but he just kind of wants to take revenge on society pretty much. And then there's like sort of a B plot of Lucy and the girls where Lucy wants to be seen as more of a mom by them. And then the Minions, there isn't even like a Minion C plot really for this movie. It's that like the Minions quit and then they get arrested and then escape prison, and that's it. The thing is, I don't remember how long the other previous movies are that I've been watching in chronological order, but this one's an hour and a half and it like really feels that way. Like this movie doesn't really have any like time to breathe. Not that it's like constantly super fast paced, it's just like I don't know how to describe it, man. Like I said before I watched this movie that like I didn't remember the plot, and that's because this movie is like it doesn't really have a plot, honestly. Like there's all these things happening, but they don't really like Lucy stuff with the girls and what the villain's doing and the minions and Gru and his brother, like none of those things kind of don't really connect. Not even really like in the end, they don't really relate to each other at all. Like villain or the villains stuff and like Rue's stuff sort of connect because they both want this like diamond or whatever, but everything else kind of really doesn't. So it just feels like a bunch of like separate plots mashed together in one movie. So that's like the general summary really. This one's like just okay. It's the thing is it's not like bad or anything. There isn't like anything for me to really complain about. It's more of that it's just like like you see it, it's whatever. It's forgettable really. I think on a ranking level I would just give it like a D. I'd say like a hypothetical F tier would be for things that are like bad where I did not like it. Not that I liked this one. It's not like a like or dislike. It's just like it exists. That's like the grade I can give this movie. It's a D. Um like it is nice that they try and with each of these introduce like a new character. Like at first Gru has the girls and then he has Lucy and then in this one he has his brother and stuff. And it's nice that everyone at least has screen time. Like they take their time with their own little moments, but like no one's stories are really that interesting. There's not really any the only like emotional moments in this movie are like scenes between Agnes and Gru, and that's literally about it. And there's like two of those. I at least liked those. I'll talk about them more later. And those aren't even really like plot important or anything. But there's not really any like emotional moments. There's no heart in this movie. I keep saying that with these movies of like whether they have heart or not. I just mean like where like things feel genuine or whatever. Like at least the last movie had that a bit. This one does not at all. Like the other one I mentioned, like it's fun to watch, and this one isn't even really like fun. It's just boring. It doesn't really have like the same actiony kind of vibe as the previous movie, even though they're still doing like spy things and whatever. This one is not a spy themed movie though. There's no like high stakes or anything. Like Gru, the whole reason he's like kind of trying to get this diamond isn't really just for fun. It's more of like he got fired from his job. Him and Lucy, which isn't even really that plot relevant. So now he's trying to get this diamond to get his job back. But it's never really treated as important. Like even at the end of the movie when he gets the diamond and the villain's like defeated or whatever, we don't even see on screen of like Gru and Lucy getting their jobs back or anything. It just cuts to them later and it's like, oh hey, we got work tomorrow, and it's like, okay, this was supposed to be like the problem you were trying to solve in the movie, and it's not even like a big thing. Like there's only one emotional conflict in this movie, and that's like a fight Gru and his brother inevitably have. And it's immediately resolved in 5 minutes. It's not even really that important. Like I just don't really care about Gru's stuff with his brother, and that's unfortunately like treated as the main plot of this movie. So it's just kind of like, the minions are just kind of the minions, really. I mean, their stuff's always fun. Actually, the arc that I liked the best was Lucy and the girls, which is kind of funny to me because when I originally watched this movie, that part was like kind of boring, but I think it's because I get like emotionally connected with these characters and their development. That's the thing I like with these movies. And at least with those, it kind of parallels like how Gru was with the girls in the first movie of like the parent trying to get the kids to like them sort of thing. So at least that is like the only like really character development thing in this movie. Gru and his brother kind of have like no character development. The villain is more interesting than them and has more like thought. It's really weird. Though Brat being entirely like 80s themed, it's like super, it just exists to be gimmicky. It gets kind of annoying after a while actually. Though he at least has an interesting backstory than I think some of the other previous villains. They at least sort of try, like he's like a former child star in the 80s. And the thing is, if he'd been fine with playing like adult roles or something, he would have been fine. It's just that he's one of those actors that like believes he's the character that he played. And of course, when he got older, like they canceled his show and he got like pissed about it. And now he's trying to kill everyone in the city with like a giant laser or something. Um, this one, I guess, kind of follows the decade pattern of like the Minions movies a little bit, in that it's like it's set in the present, but like the villain is so themed around the 80s. It's almost as if they were like trying to continue that trend a little bit. Um, Though Brett does have there's some stuff with his 80s things I liked. Like he has this little robot sidekick that's in like two scenes, but I thought it was kind of cute. It has like a nice design. And we see rooms in his house which are of course also 80s themed. And he has a fitness room with Olivia Newton-John's song Physical in there, and I'm like, okay, that's actually kind of cool. Because you know about like all the fitness things with the 80s. Something that did kind of bother me, I'm like reading my notes to all this by the way, is at the beginning they do not only the like wrong music joke that Megamind does, where it's like the main character needs like badass music and then it comes out as like a ballad instead, but they do this thing they did with Megamind where they have Michael Jackson's song Bad while the villain does something bad, but like I don't care about the villain in this movie, so it doesn't really work. Like he doesn't really seem evil or anything. It just it's almost like they're trying to do sort of a similar vibe of Vector. I feel like that's what they try to do occasionally with these movies. If they have a villain that's like, look, he's very silly and wacky and has all these weird gadgets, but it just doesn't fit. He's just like a Vector ripoff. It makes me sad. What else? We get to see at the beginning. The beginning's actually okay, like a little cool. Lucy and Gru and the minions go on missions together. They're trying to stop Brat from stealing a diamond or something. Lucy tries to give her and Gru a ship name called Grucy, even though they're literally married. I thought that was kind of funny, but like a little cringe. Um, Gru manages to get the diamond back, and his bosses are still kind of pissed because he didn't capture the villain, and that's the thing that gets him fired. And I'm just like, bruh. We get to see a little bit more of the AVL just at the beginning, though, when the characters get fired. I thought it's interesting how like all the other agents have like these like formal black suits, kind of like the Men in Black, and then Gru just wears the same outfit the whole movie. So does Lucy, but she kind of stands out a little more, where she has like her coat and it's blue, but it's like sort of professional looking. It's more of a long coat. I always thought it looked good. I thought she had like a good character design. Um, I actually completely forgot about the plot point of Lucy and Gru getting fired. I forgot like a lot of this movie, honestly. Though I think it's kind of sweet that the only reason Lucy gets fired is she makes the ultimatum of like, hey, if you're gonna fire Gru, you gotta fire me too, and then they fire her. And Gru's just like, "Oh no, I'm sorry. I know you loved your job." And Lucy's like, "It's fine, you know, because that's like the one thing I still kind of like with this movie. I'm like, okay, their relationship's still believable. And then because they didn't get to go on a honeymoon, the girls throw them like a little private dinner party, or if they have to break the news where they got fired. And what I thought was cool is like the girls. I thought they well, not that I thought was cool. I thought it was kind of like, oh, I'm surprised. Um, the girls have a normal treehouse, but like knowing how this family is, I thought it would be like super technical or whatever. But it's just like a wooden little treehouse. Oh yeah, there's a joke. Oh, I didn't mention about the humor at all in this movie because it's not really like funny or anything. It's just it's not cringe either. It's kind of like the rest of this movie, pretty forgettable. But there's like I think a couple of jokes I wrote in here, or at least one of them was that when Agnes finds out that Gru and Lucy got fired from their jobs, she says like you can gamble online. That's what Katie's dad does. And I wrote in my notes like Agnes, sweetie, that's how you lose money, not make money. And then Gru, the minions decide to quit because the whole reason the minions want to quit feels like kind of an excuse plot, but I guess it makes sense for their characters now having watched Minions, where it's like they miss doing evil stuff. Oh yeah, Dr. Navarro isn't even in this movie at all because he's apparently frozen in carbonite. We see it for like 5 seconds. There's a part where, like, right before the minions quit, where Gru gets a phone call, and it's from this minion named Mel, who has a contact photo where he looks really pissed. But it doesn't even say, like, the minions or anything. It just says Mel, and it has a picture of, like, one specific minion. So I'm wondering if he has, like, an individual contact on his phone for, like, every single minion. Or is Mel. I think Mel's kind of like the representative of the rest of the minions, though. I thought like I didn't actually expect the minions to quit. I was kind of surprised by that. I thought like, okay, the minions like absolutely love Gru and his family, and I know they miss being evil, and that's their entire purpose. It must be so hard for them. And then I saw that they quit, but like it makes sense. Their entire purpose is serving evil bosses since like thousands of years before Gru even existed. But it's kind of funny when I think about it because like with Minions 2015, you know, they work for Scarlet Overkill and they get to do evil stuff, and it's like apparent it's treated as if she's like too evil for them because the minions end up stopping her. I think it's mostly because she was trying to kill them, not that they actually wanted to save London. Like originally they were even fine with her becoming Queen of England. They just wanted to like apologize to her, and there was a misunderstanding. But then in like the Despicable Me movies, the minions are like way more violent and they're like fine with being evil and robbing banks and doing shit. It's just like really funny to me. I think though, to be fair, in the Minions movies, they only are like heroic because not even like wanting to save the world or anything. It's more like Gru does. It's more of just like someone is trying to like wipe them off the face of the earth and they're not cool with that, you know. Um I do think it's kind of interesting that like I kind of miss the minions from the Minions movies, Kevin, Stewart, and Bob, because they're not really in these ones. They only like Kevin and Stewart exist in Despicable Me, and Bob doesn't. But they're like kind of random minions. Instead, we see Dave and Jerry, and so we see a lot of like this one minion named Dave, um, and they I think accompanied Gru for like a little bit. I didn't remember them in most of the plot because Gru tricks them by saying like how they're getting promoted, but I don't remember them with Gru for most of the movie. I think the minions are kind of like taken away from Gru for this plot just so that he can spend time with his brother. And I think that's part of the reason Gru's plot with his brother was so boring because it's just these two characters that look and sound like really similar and are just kind of annoying, and the minions aren't there to like counter that or anything. Um, it's like I feel like the villain should be fun because he's a goober. I'm like on to my next notes already. I just don't really like care about like he's fine. I just don't really care about him or feel impressed. Um, there's a part where Agnes tries selling her beloved unicorn plush, the one from the first movie, to raise money because Lucy and Gru got fired. I was actually surprised that she sold it. That's sort of like character development. Though she does have a unicorn based like plot of her own in this movie though. Oh yeah, then we get to meet Gru's uh twin brother. I was so close to saying like half brother or something, but no, they're identical twins. Um, we find out that Gru's parents were divorced and they pulled a parents trap of each taking one child. Why do people in movies always believe that that will work fine and not have any like um consequences? Though we do find out that Gru has a dad who died. Um, because Gru's mom apparently told him as a child that his dad died of disappointment when he was born. She's just like rainbows and sunshine, isn't she? In fact, like Gru's brother tells Gru that like, oh, our dad loved you because you were a villain and stuff. He viewed me as a failure, and I'm like, what is wrong with these parents? Like they each took a kid to raise and then hate the child that they raised. Um, hold on, let me see. Where did I go? So Gru's family is actually like a family of villains, and Gru just like never knew or anything. And his family has a cover of raising pigs, which is why his brother is like stupidly rich or something, but he doesn't even seem to care about that. It's something that's not talked about in the movie, but I think it's kind of interesting of like, you know, Gru's kind of jealous of his brother because he's like super rich and has hair, and it's never something addressed in the movie, but I feel like his brother was like maybe subconsciously jealous of Gru for having like a happy family and stuff. Because, like, you know, what's the point of being super rich if you, like, don't have anybody to share it with? I don't know. I feel like that would have been cool to have something be kind of addressed, but I don't think the movie's smart enough for something like that. I do think it's cool, though, that Gru's brother, even though he's never really met Gru's family or anything, he immediately kind of, like, gets along with the girls and Lucy. Not that he spends any time with them in this movie, but I thought, you know, that's kind of nice. What else? Mm. Then we get some parts of Lucy hanging out with the girls in like the middle of town. Lucy has a whole thing where she like wants the girls to like them, to like her, and even if she does like kind of bad parenting stuff. Margot's the one that ends up giving Lucy parenting advice because Lucy's like the kind of parent that's like, okay, just go do whatever for fun. I'm not going to stop you. And even though it's like kind of a side plot, I like how it's a thing in this movie anyway of like, yeah, she's their mom now, but she's got to like learn how to be like more of a parent to them and bond with them, which is kind of what I wanted in a previous movie, but it wouldn't have really fit there. I'm glad that this movie kind of gives that kind of plot time to shine, I guess, and I cared about it more than the stuff with Gru and his brother. What else? Margot tells Lucy, like, oh, yeah, you gotta be tougher on us or something. But she meant it as, like, being tougher on my younger sisters, not on me. And that's, like, such an older sibling thing to do, honestly. And Edith and Agnes, Edith, again, doesn't really get any character development. Because, you know, this whole series is, like, kind of focused on Agnes, really. Like, Margot sort of sometimes gets plot stuff, but she gets like some character development. Edith is always just kind of there, though. In this movie, she hangs out with Agnes the whole movie. They have like their own little side plot of Agnes trying to find a unicorn. I'll be talking about that a bit in this movie. We get to see Gru and his brother try and steal the diamond, which was like really boring. I do like though that Gru finds his brother kind of annoying at first, and then they sort of start getting along. The Minions have a little bit where they accidentally end up on a singing talent show and they do great and then they get arrested and then they spend the rest of the movie in jail. But it's kind of treated the same way a little bit like Paddington, where it's like you think throwing this like super cutesy character in jail, they're gonna get like destroyed in there, and then they end up being completely fine. The Minions like take over the jail basically. It's kind of funny. What else? There's these parts in the movie. It's only really like two scenes, but I'm like, okay, this is like the only actual emotional part of the movie, I guess, of Gru trying to tell Agnes not to get her hopes up about finding a unicorn and keeps almost accidentally telling her that they don't exist. I like that he actually like checks up on her, and that's like a thing in these movies of like he occasionally kind of like checks in with the girls and stuff. I'm glad they're not just like completely ignored because you know he's their dad. That's what started the whole movie in his character development in the first place, and that it's like a consistent thing. It's just kind of like I'm like, why don't you check in on your other kids though? You never talk to them in this movie. You just talk to Agnes. But I still think it's sweet. She's a nice kid. I used to find her like really annoying when I originally watched these, and now I'm like, okay, she's kind of grown on me. Um, what else? There's a part when the minions are in jail where one of them, it's right before they start realizing that they miss Gru. There's this one shot of a minion uh, in the shower staring at the floor looking super depressed, and I paused and I thought to myself, like, gosh, that is such a fucking mood. Um, what else? And then that specific minion, I don't remember what his name is. I don't really think it's important. He sort of stands out a bit because he has like a minion comb over, and we get even like a happy like little like remember the good old days kind of montage of every time Gru supposedly helped him. And there's this one shot where that minion and Gru are like on a fishing trip or something. I like the idea, even if it's probably a fantasy of this minion that like, oh, hold on, I have to drink some water. My voice is like dying for some reason. I like the idea that Gru just individually hangs out with the minions sometimes. I think that's pretty cool. Something I thought was interesting is that Lucy mentions that Margot is like 12, or that Margot says that she's 12 at one point, and the girls don't really like age in these movies, but I think it's interesting that Margot as a character, as we see in these first three movies, is becoming more and more kind of like teen stereotypical things. Hmm. Um, like I think it would be kind of interesting if the girls got the chance to get like a little bit older, like like to have them somewhat age. It is kind of weird in these movies that like Gru goes through all these major life events and stuff, but like the girls don't really age at all. I don't know what that's even going to be like for the next movie where Gru supposedly has like a baby or something. What else? Agnes does not find a unicorn. She ends up finding a one horned goat instead, and I like how at the end of the movie she actually keeps the goat. So now she has a goat and she has uh I don't remember what else. It's okay. But the goat basically replaces her unicorn plush. Um Sorry, I'm like reading through my notes trying to figure out which ones I want to go through. Oh, something else I liked is Lucy figures out that Gru and Drew were like stealing the diamond kind of behind her back. And I like how she actually gets mad at Gru about that. But she does it in a way that I think is kind of like more realistic, where instead of getting like super pissed or like super sad about it or something, she just kind of very seriously threatens him, like, don't do that again. I don't know. I thought that was interesting. What else? There's a part. There's another part. I think after Agnes finds the goat. Um. Oh yeah. It is after she finds the goat where she's talking to Gru, and he says like, "We hope for a unicorn, and then we get a goat," which has to do with at that point in the plot, him and Drew had already gotten in their fight, and then Agnes is happy about the goat anyway. I thought that was like a nice way of thinking about things. Like life may be disappointing, but you can always kind of put a positive spin on it. And then the villain, then we kind of start the climax, and the villain is disguised as Lucy and kidnaps the girls because the girls have to be kidnapped in like every one of these movies. And then Gru, Drew, and Lucy try to rescue them. Um, but the climax, I'll give this movie some credit, is better than the other four movies I've watched previously by like a long shot, actually. Like Lucy ends up trying to rescue the girls, and then Gru and Drew have to work together, but there's like an actual villain fight for this movie this time, which the previous one did not have, and I was kind of mad about it. The villain has a giant robot, and then Gru, of all people, has to challenge the brat to like a dance fight, and I thought like, oh, okay, that's kind of weird. But we already know that Gru can like dance well because of the first movie. The robot's like kind of cool, I guess. It kind of felt like something out of Spy Kids. I think because Spy Kids 3 is the one where the Sylvester Stallone villain has like the giant robot or something. Man, that part was so cool. It was like an Avengers moment. Okay, anyway, I mean in terms of Spy Kids, not this movie. Definitely not this movie. What else? The minions only the minions are literally like not plot relevant in this movie at all. I feel like they could have probably had a part in the final fight because they decide to leave prison because they can just do that and go and try and find Gru. And I thought, okay, maybe they'll get to reunite with Gru and they help in taking down the villain. But no, um, they only reunite with Gru after they beat the robot and stuff, and then they're just kind of there. And it's like, bro, what was the point of the minions in this movie other than the fact that they're the minions? I get the minions are like legally required to be in every Despicable Me movie, but still. And then Lucy's like little character arc with the girls is also kind of completed at the end. That's like the one thing that was like an actual arc in the plot of like Agnes calls Lucy mom at the end, which I thought was kind of sweet. Like I said, kind of parallels how Gru was with the girls in the first movie. I don't even mind that's basically like the same little plot. Though I do think it's interesting that like the girls refer to Lucy and Gru by like a first name basis. And I know that's like a thing people do with their parents. That would actually piss the hell off of my parents if I tried doing that. But I'm wondering if it's because like the girls are adopted, but like they do see, Gru and Lucy like are their parents now and stuff, and they all kind of know that. So I just think that's kind of interesting. Um, what else? Drew, I was kind of confused because it seems like he moves into Gru's family's like house. He even sleeps with the minions at the end. And then the end of the movie is that he leaves to go do like villain shenanigans. I do like that he takes the minions with him because it kind of also in a way resolves like the minions little plot, if you can even call it that, of like the minions quit because they wanted to do villain stuff, and now there's sort of like a compromise where I think they can still live with Gru, but then they get to do villain stuff with his twin brother, so they kind of get to have that outlet a bit. Yeah, that's pretty much it. Yeah, this movie was like, it's a D. It's just okay. It didn't have anything I hate, which I'm glad because kids movies always could be worse, and I've heard some bad things about the fourth one. This one was like, it's okay, it's forgettable, it exists. There was like some things I sort of liked with it, like Lucy's stuff with the girls. I'm glad that everyone had screen time. Drew and Brat aren't like horrible characters or anything. I just forget about them the minute I don't think about this movie. They at least like somewhat tried, but this is like so much like worse quality than like the other two movies. I feel like I should be almost disappointed considering how good 2 was, but like I don't because I kind of already knew. I don't think I was even disappointed as a kid. I was just like, "Oh, okay." Like that's how forgettable the movie is that I don't even feel disappointed. I feel like that's saying something. All right, so next is the final one unless they decide to make more of these movies. I don't know. Despicable Me 4. All right, so Despicable Me 4, the newest one that came out, and based on the plot of this movie, I'm assuming it's going to be the last. I don't know if I want to put this as like a low D or an F. I think an F just because not that I like hated it or anything. I'm actually very surprised I haven't like hated any of these movies. It's just I'm putting it an F for having some cringe. Um, like it was better than Despicable Me 3 because that one was just kind of boring and forgettable, and this one had like was just better, but like worse than the other Despicable Me movies and the Minion movies, which is saying something. Um, yeah, okay. I don't have any general notes for this. I think those are kind of throughout my notes, really. So I'll just, yeah, start with my notes. We get the Illumination logo. We get Bob, Kevin, and Stuart for that, which I always get excited to see them. I think I just, like, Despicable Me 2 was my favorite. And then I think, honestly, Minions 2015 was like my second favorite in this franchise because I get so excited for like these three specific Minions. I don't know, man. The intro kind of reminded me of James Bond movies a little bit, of like someone driving around a fancy car on a cliffside. And I was really bummed that the person was actually Gru. Like, how dare they make Gru try and look cool? Um, this movie, I gotta talk about the villain, but let me get there. I'm getting there. Gru goes to this villain school. It's like a villain high school basically that kind of looks like a castle. Looks pretty cool. The minions get a car as well. It's like a little toy car. The minions' whole thing in this movie, by the way, is that they get turned into super villains, or not super villains, superheroes. it's like a parody of superhero movies, kind of, but it's part of the cringe, sadly. But that's later on in the movie. He gets some minions. I think they're named Phil, Ron, and Ralph. Um, that kind of accompany him throughout the movie, but they're not really like with him. They're just kind of like around his house. Gru has a new house in this movie, by the way. It's for plot reasons. The villain for this movie is this guy named Maxine. His abilities and whatever, I kind of don't really get it. He has like a thing with croc cockroaches. He turns himself into a cockroach, but he still has like a human head. Um, he's kind of like rivals with Gru, but not really like in the cool way of rivals. He has a girlfriend. I think her name's Valentina. They have like interesting dialogue together, but she's not really like plot important or anything. It's kind of like with Herb and Scarlet in Minions 2015, where like Herb's a cool character, but he's like not related to the plot really. Well, this one, Valentina, I think is even less related to the plot. She doesn't do anything. She's just kind of there. What else? What else? What else? What else? They make references in this one to the other Minions movies or the other like Despicable Me movies. That's pretty cool. Where like Gru, even though he's not a minion villain anymore, he still gets to taunt people about how he stole the moon, and that's still viewed as like his greatest accomplishment. I'm happy about that. Um, Anyway, the villain, Maxine, he's French. He has a super fancy outfit. He's a human cockroach hybrid by choice, and he has an army of these like little cockroaches, but they don't really like do anything. He isn't real. The thing that bothered me with the villain is he isn't really even involved with anything related to Gru that much. Like he spends most like he gets arrested at the beginning, which is cool. Gru arrests someone at the start. Um, and then escapes prison immediately and then is trying to like track down Gru, but most of the villain scenes are just like him like robbing a convenience store, like actually trying to get to Gru. Like it's nice that he even has scenes in the first place, but like isn't really like part of the plot. Like the plot is kind of like only function. There isn't really a plot in this. Let me just say that. Like the characters are kind of all kept separated from each other, kind of like the previous movie. But the first, even off the first like 10 minutes of this movie, I thought, yeah, this is better than the third one. It reminds me of like the spy stuff, just a tad with like Despicable Me too. Sadly, the rest of this is not like a spy film. What else? Agnes still has the goat from the last movie. That's like the one thing that carries over from Despicable Me 3. And then she ends up being separated for the goat for the rest of the movie. There's a joke about milk that I thought was like kind of funny, where Lucy asked Gru to go to the store to buy milk, and he buys like every other kind of milk, including like all the nut juice ones. And she's like, "Oh, you didn't get regular milk?" And he's like, "They don't make that anymore." I mean, I drink like all kinds of milk, including dairy, but I thought that was like interesting milk commentary of all the different kinds of milks out there. A lot of this movie is like Gru chilling at home, no, not chilling at home. Gru and like his family is kind of more the main plot of this movie. And the funny thing is, like, if I didn't rewatch all the other ones and have these characters grow on me, I would have just thought, oh, this is like boring. Like, this movie is basically just filler, the movie. But it's kind of what I wanted. Like, with the other ones, I'm like, the action is cool, but like, we don't get to see Gru with his family. And now this is a movie where it's Gru and his family. So I'm probably like the only person that kind of likes this movie. Um, but yeah, we get to. He ends up having to get relocated. That's part of the movie. But before that, we get to see Gru just to, like chill at home with his family. I like how it takes a little bit for the baby to be introduced because that's like the new character of this movie. I'm glad they don't like just shove the baby in there immediately. Um, but I am kind of tired of the trope of like a dad having a baby that hates them for literally no reason other than that's what the plot wants. I think it's kind of boring at this point. Though I guess they had to do that because they can't do the thing like Shrek 3 where it's like the main character is scared of becoming a father because he's already a father. I actually liked that if they were going to do a movie with Gru having a baby, that they saved it to the fourth one and not the third because the third was more of like Lucy becoming more of a mom. So now that they have the baby in the fourth one, it's like both parents are like kind of like proper parents now. They're like comfortable with it. They're experienced and stuff. And we do get to see like parent stuff of them with the girls too. Like the girls are thankfully not like ignored, and they have less screen time the girls and Lucy in this one compared to the previous, but they get a little time to shine. They're just not like really plot important. Yeah, the girls haven't actually really been plot important since like the first movie. They've been like side characters in their own franchise. The baby's named Gru Jr. It entirely exists just to bother Gru and to kind of be funny. They could have gotten more creative with the name, but whatever. What else? What else? What else? Okay, so after Maxine ends up escaping prison, Gru and his family have to move into the safe house, but the safe house is in like a neighborhood of like super like stereotypically rich people. um Agnes has to leave the goat behind, and she's like sad about it for the whole movie. And the minions also end up being separated from the family. The AVL takes them away. They're the ones that give Gru and his family the safe house, but they're the ones that take the minions away, except for like the three of them that just are with Gru. But they're not really like with Gru for the movie. They're just kind of they just hang around the safe house. We see them every once in a while. They don't do anything plot important. No, the plot important minions are later. um, what else? What else? What else? I'm glad that minion shenanigans are sort of part of the movie, though. That like the minions aren't like all I don't know across the country or whatever. So Gru and his family are given like new identities. Those don't end up being like plot important or anything. Though I feel like the plot of this movie being like Gru has to bond with his baby is probably the reason why the family has to be undercover in the first place. We get to see the army of tiny cockroaches. They're not like funny or anything. I feel like the movie people wanted them to give off Minion vibes a little bit, but I'm just like, they're not memorable. We don't see them much. But I feel like theming the villain around cockroaches just feels like a really random choice. It's like they're kind of getting lazier and lazier with these villains, and it bums me out. Like he at least has energy and he's like kind of peppy, but even the '80s themed villain from Despicable Me 3 was like better than this, honestly. And anyway, it's Maxine. He doesn't like Gru. That's the whole thing with this movie. For like, you find out more about that throughout the movie, but it's not very interesting. And he wants to get revenge by stealing Gru Jr., the baby, um, which I think would probably be fine. Gru's baby doesn't even like him anyway. Though I do like that we have like an evil couple for the villains. I kind of miss that. I feel like movies should do that more often. I think that's cool, but I just wish when there's like an evil couple as like villains in a movie that they were both like plot important and not just like one of them. Um, but I do like that most of this movie is like Gru trying to adjust to his new life and his family too. They each kind of get scenes of that stuff. And just Gru actually being around all his kids more, like him having to be a little tough on Agnes in some scenes. Uh, like it's kind of nice and charming, and it makes me glad that I rewatched the other movies before seeing this one, or else I probably would have hated it. Gru's neighbors are kind of annoying. We don't really get to know any of them except for one that's plot important, but most of them, the adults, I should say, are like annoying. The child, however, okay, so there's a new character. Her name's Poppy. She's like the daughter of the next door neighbors, like Gru's family or something. They kind of start off with like, I don't really get why this character needs to exist. I think my main kind of thing with this movie is like there's too many side characters, and they're at least sort of interesting, but I don't really care about them. I guess Poppy's kind of the most interesting of them. First, I thought she was going to be revealed to be like the main villain or something, and then I remembered she's a teenage girl. She figures out Gru's identity immediately. She basically feels like me in how I'm like paying attention and trying to connect all these things with these movies, and she's already doing that. Like she's the only character that actually acknowledges about like, hey Gru, remember when you were like 12 and you stole like the Queen of England's crown, or you stole the moon or whatever. Um, because she figures out Gru's identity immediately and tries to blackmail him. So they have this like little side plot um, where they have to steal a badger or something. It's not really like the badger isn't even like plot important. But I'm getting ahead of myself. Anyway, the minions are given a serum, which should probably be a bad idea, and it gives them superpowers. And that's now I finally understand why the posters of this movie had like really weird minions designs. I was very confused about that. But the super minions or whatever, they weren't really like cute or funny or anything. They just kind of exist. I do, however, like the design of one of the minion superheroes who has like laser vision. But he has like a giant robot eye. I thought that was kind of cool. But I didn't feel like those minions needed their own, like we're already getting regular minion segments, and I'm like, okay, that's fine, but I don't feel like we need additional ones that are thrown in there randomly of like these specific minions having like hero moments around the city or whatever. I don't really care. I'm just surprised they're doing the whole like superhero parody angle because I feel like we're kind of all past that as a society. And then we get to see like one scene each ish of like what are the other members of Gru's family doing, except for Margot. Margot never gets any attention in this series. Agnes and Edith go to like a karate dojo or something, and Agnes doesn't want to tell them her name because she's like, when you're little and you take your parents' rules on things like hyper seriously. That's not the right word, whatever, super seriously to the point where it's like you don't really need to be like that. Agnes is kind of at that age where she's like that, where she has like a thing against lying and she doesn't want to use her undercover name, even if it's for her own safety, because that would be lying. But I thought it was kind of lame that like the instructor won't let her participate just because she kind of refuses to, like the instructor doesn't know obviously that she's undercover, but like it's like, oh, you don't want to tell us your name, you can like sit out, and it's like, bruh. But it is nice that Edith gets like a little screen time for once, being sort of respected at the dojo, and then Edith never gets screen time again. We get to see Lucy doing stuff too. She is undercover as like a hairstylist, and she messes up the hairstyle of some like bitchy lady, which leads to a scene later where Lucy's running away from her with Edith and Agnes at a grocery store. And I'm like, okay, fine. We're getting more scenes of just them that aren't like Gru or the Minions, but it went on for like too long. The pacing in this movie is like really weird. I'm like finally having pacing issues with this series. Yeah, it's mostly just like a filler movie, pretty much. Though the villain does get some cool moments, like he has this giant robot, like the one from The Incredibles, and sadly, it is not used in the final boss fight. Just the Gru with the baby stuff kind of reminds me of like Gru with his brother, who's mentioned like once in this movie, and thankfully we don't physically see him because I find him kind of annoying now, as I've been like mentally processing these movies between reviews, where it's like it's just Gru and this other person, but like the other person isn't funny, so it's like the baby's whole thing is just it hates Screw and tries to ruin his life, but it's not like funny. And then eventually the baby warms up to him, and it's like that's it. Um, like I'm glad that Gru's getting more family members throughout this movie and whatever, but nothing really quite hits the same in like these characters trying to warm up to Gru or Gru being like fine with their existence or anything. Unlike like with the first movie, like I felt like okay, Gru is like slowly but surely caring about these girls and they're like warming up to him and stuff, and it was cool. But then with like every other Despicable Me sequel, it's like Gru has to care about like a new family member, and it's like with Lucy, I guess it was like a little believable, and then after that, it kind of just goes like, what else? Oh wait, I think now this is the point where Poppy gets introduced. I skipped ahead of my notes. She starts off as like a Gen Z like cringe character that calls Gru a boomer, but I find it really funny she's like more of a threat than the actual villain. At least I thought she was going to be because she does a heist with Gru. Um and then after that she's like fine with him and is kind of on his side, but she wasn't really completely needed for like the final climax. Like she has this like flying car that helps Gru get somewhere, but like he has so many gadgets, he could have found a way. I feel like her little side plot of her and Gru trying to steal a honey badger, this movie, keep in mind, is an hour and a half long. It's not really that long to begin with, but I feel like little the whole little like mini plot of her and Gru doing that heist is literally just there to pad the runtime. And that's something that's bothering me with these movies, because even like the Minion spin-offs didn't feel like they needed to do that. They kept the plot rolling. This movie just has like really bad pacing issues. So we find out the villain hates Gru because they were like in school together, and Gru like accidentally ruined his talent show or something. And the villain, I did think it was interesting though. Maxine talks about it with his girlfriend, and Maxine's like, "Oh, Gru totally did this on purpose or whatever." And uh, whatever I said the girlfriend's name was, she was like, "Oh, maybe it was just a coincidence," like trying to be reasonable about it. And I thought that was nice, because there's like such a thing with like villains being like, "This one person screwed me over. I'm gonna like be mad at them forever," and then they need like a normal person to like chill them out and be like, "Hey, it's fine. Don't worry about it." Um, but yeah, the scenes of Maxine doing villain stuff is all right. There's a joke about Agnes and her goat. I think because Lucy's trying to cheer her up about the goat, where they apparently had a podcast at one point. I'd listen to that. What else? We see more of like Poppy as a character a little bit. There's a part where she plays DDR with her cat. That was kind of cool. And she gets it's like she's introduced as like, oh, like a scary child's character, and then you find out like, okay, she's just kind of a big dork that gets excited about villain stuff. Like she doesn't really like hate Gru. She kind of comes off that way at first, but it's really just more of like she's actually a huge fan of his villain work, and she knows how much of a dork he is. What else? We had to see the Minions do more superhero stuff. They have the like Spider-Man thing of trying to stop the train, except the Minions almost kill everyone on there, which is not surprising. We've seen in the Minion spin-offs how dangerous the Minions should be, so those people should be lucky that the Minions. I don't think in Despicable Me, from what I remember, the Minions have like an actual like on-screen kill count. I think that might just be for the Minion spin-offs. Like Gru, like when Gru is not there to keep them like handled, they are just a complete menace to society, really. Oh, hold on. Okay, so I think I'm done complaining about the Minions now. The Minions, we don't even have Minion shenanigans ruining heists. It's just like the baby now, and there's sort of a joke of like the baby hates Gru, but everyone else likes the baby. Like even Maxine likes the baby. Like and it made me think, why is Screw for most of this movie just bonding with like random characters we're probably never going to see again? It just, I don't know. That's a bit sucky. And I mentioned about too many side characters, right? Like even the principal of the school that like Gru and Maxine went to or something is like an important plot character. Not like the main villain or anything, but she kind of helps the main villain like a couple times. Um, Although it is interesting, like how characters will be introduced in this as being like kind of mean or like sus, and then they turn out fine. Like once Poppy ends up making friends with Gru, I'd like that she goes to like hang out with the girls, because I think the girls need more like friends. Like they're fine in this movie, but I kind of agree with something I've been hearing about other people have been saying of like letting the girls grow up. Like I feel like if they were older, they could have more like interesting dilemmas and stuff, because they've been kids for literally like four movies now. Um, like I feel like there's only so much you could do with Agnes being like five, you know. Though, speaking of Agnes, there's this one moment I actually really liked where the principal, she looks like a stereotypically nice old lady or whatever, goes to the door because she's trying to find the weasel or whatever. No, I think it's a badger. Yeah, the badger that like Gru and Poppy kidnapped. And Agnes answers the door, and you think because Agnes is like very cute and sweet that she just let her in the house or whatever. But Agnes is immediately just like, oh, I'm not supposed to talk to strangers, and kind of like stalls her a little bit. Um, and then when Margot comes to the door, the lady's just like, "Hey, I'm an old friend of your dad." And Margot is like, "Okay, but he's not here." You know, I thought that was actually a good way, like to teach children how to answer the door to strangers. Like, it doesn't really affect the plot because the lady just lets herself into the house anyway. But the fact that they took the time to do that, of like the kids not letting her in, was nice. That was a good way to handle it. We also see the Mega Minions. I'm sorry, my throat's a little bit. We had to see the Mega Minions for a bit surprisingly not doing hero stuff. Like there's a point where they're like called in to like rescue Gru or something, and we see them all like basically on vacation doing like different stuff. I thought that was cool. They're just able to chill because we know the minions don't get a lot of vacation days. What else? Poppy, as I mentioned, decides to help Gru rescue the baby. I was even thinking at that point, like, I still don't see the point in her character. Like, she helps with, like, one thing, but she didn't even have to be the character for it. And, well, I almost dropped my mic. And it could have been worked around somehow. You know, I just don't see the point in adding all of these, like, extra characters in this movie if they don't really affect. I mean, they affect the overall story, but they're not super interesting or anything. Like, I think out of the side characters, Poppy's probably the most interesting, but she doesn't need to be there. What I do think is nice is that the climax, just like all the other ones, is like Gru having to rescue someone. Like this one, it's boring. This is probably one of the worst of like climaxes before the ending of like the villain has this robot thing and you think, okay, cool, maybe Gru has to like fight it or something. Uh and he loses it immediately. So Gru just has to fight him. But the thing is, the villain is literally just a normal guy that has a cockroach body and doesn't really use the cockroach parts to like do anything. Um, so it's not really even like a cool fight or whatever. And you think like, okay, maybe the super minions are gonna have a role and we're gonna finally see what they're finally like plot important. But no, they don't even fight him. They kill him in like 2 seconds. It's like, bruh, what was the point of having this like superhero minion squad if they're not even going to use their powers to do anything related to the plot? Like I thought it would have been cool if they like showed up and got like the final hit on the villain or whatever. I mean, they sort of do, but like not really in like a cool fighting way. It's only like two of the minions. Like I get it exists to like the minions are popular. We need an excuse to make more toys of them, but like come on, dude. Um Oh yeah, something else I wanted to talk about for being a movie about like basically Gru's baby needing to love him. I'm surprised there wasn't some kind of side plot of like something related to the baby and the girls. Like what I realistically thought would happen was like maybe the girls are worried about, you know, like when your family gets a new baby and like you're the kid that gets thrown off to the side. I thought there would be something related to that, except of like how the girls are adopted and like Gru Jr. is like Lucy and Gru's biological son. And I thought like, oh, maybe they'd be like jealous of the baby a little bit or whatever. But like their relation to the baby or like anything is not mentioned in this movie at all. Like I've said, the girls don't really have like growth anymore or really kind of no, they did a little bit in like the first one and stuff. Um and it's just kind of a bummer because like the third movie is like, you know, it has the little thing of like Agnes, you know, not having a mom and how that affects her. So I thought like, okay, this is like sort of a natural progression. You could bring up a lot of things about like them suddenly having this baby in their lives, but no, they don't do anything with the baby and the girls in this at all, or any of that kind of like type of development these movies usually have. It's literally just Gru and his baby, and that's not even like a progressional thing or whatever. And then we get the ending. Oh yeah, Gru Jr. during the fight got turned into like a cockroach or something. We get to see Dr. Navarro for a bit in person. He's not Carbonite anymore. Very cool. Agnes gets reunited with her goat, and then Gru goes to prison, not like arrested or anything. And it's just to tell the villain Maxine, like, hey, you were right. I did screw up the talent show on purpose. But I like how Gru does it in a way where he's not like actually apologetic. He just totally is like smug the whole time. And that's when they kind of give that like rival energy a little bit. And then they show talent, they do like a talent show in prison. And that's one of the things I have to put this movie in F tier for because it was like completely cringe. I think that scene only really exists. I'd rather also have the minions be the one that are singing at the end of the movie. Um, but it only exists so we can do cameos. Because here's the thing. Vector is in this movie at the end, but he's in jail, but there's like no explanation of how he got off on the moon, unless I'm assuming that's probably like a Despicable Me universe, like I don't know, short film or whatever. I wouldn't be surprised by that, but I keep wondering about that as someone that's only watched the main films of like how did he come down in the span of like how many years. But it is cool. They have every previous villain on there. It was kind of nice since I've been watching all of these movies in not rhetorical, no, like the in-universe chronological order with like the Minion spinoff first, is we get the villains from the Minion spinoffs in there. You know, because I made that joke about like, oh, Wild Knuckles is already kind of old in like the 70s. He's probably not going to be alive, but like, no, he's there too. They have like I don't actually know how the cameos work because they completely ignore like the canon endings of what happened in those movies. Like the Vicious Six is there and they're like not rats for some reason. Um uh Scarlet and Herb are also there, which is cool. She has like one strand of gray hair. And then we have the people from the Despicable Me movies. Vector's there, which is pretty cool. Um I forgot the villains for the second and third one for a second. I just kind of zoned out. But yeah, everyone is just there in prison. Um, though I do like the detail of like the villains from the spin-off movies. They're at least acknowledging that like some time is obviously passing because Gru's not a child anymore. So they all have like white hair and stuff, but they're still alive. That's cool. Um, which means I guess I mean I know the Minions spin-off movies, even though they're spin-offs, they're like they chronolog chron- fuck. They go in order of like the Minions before they met Gru and Gru being a child, but because they're like not really referenced in the Despicable Me movies, I almost didn't think they were like canon in the universe, but they are. That's cool. Um, but yeah, it's basically like a dance party ending, but kind of like more cringe. I think in terms of dance party, and I still really like, even though it was more silly, of like in the second movie with the wedding, I think because of the Minions music video thing, like that was also cringe, but like the good there's like a good kind of cringe and like a bad kind of cringe. I don't know if I need to explain that. Though I did think it was interesting because they have the song Everybody Wants to Rule the World as the song choice because I was paying attention to the lyrics, which I feel like kind of hint that this would be the last movie, especially because there's the repetition of the lyric. Nothing ever lasts forever. And the fact that they're already showing off in this one a cameo of like every single previous villain, I'm like, yeah. And I mean, realistically, I think like, what else are they going to continue with? You know, like Gru has three girls. He got married. He has a brother apparently. There's a baby. I don't think you can really give him any more family members at this point. And even with this movie, it wasn't really like necessary at all. Like this is basically just like a Despicable Me filler movie, and I only probably enjoyed it as much as I did because I had watched the previous ones where I'm like, okay, they deserve to chill. This family's been through enough. But yeah, I'd put this in like F tier just for cringe. The cringe parts were the things I didn't like. I feel like I've heard people kind of shitting on this movie. I feel like it I don't want to say it doesn't deserve the hate, but like, I feel like it could have been worse. It could all, and not just my opinion of like things could always be worse, but it could have been worse. It wasn't like that bad or anything. Yeah. Okay. I think I'll do like a little like ranking too. So yeah. All right. So to wrap this up, I'm gonna give this like a verbal ranking, not in the type of like a tier list, but in the order of how I watched the movies. So Minions 2015, I'm gonna give an A plus. I was thinking about it for a while. Not that it's like the most fantastic movie in existence. I just genuinely liked it. I kept thinking about it a lot. I noticed I made a lot of comparisons to it when I was talking about like other Minions and Despicable Me movies. I just really enjoyed it. I don't know why. um like I thought the villain was cool. I got emotionally attached to the Minion main characters, which I did not think that I would. That is honestly the biggest surprise of rewatching these movies is how emotionally attached I got to the Minions, and then I didn't see them as annoying anymore, and I started to miss them, but only the trio from the Minions spin-off movies. Those are cool, and the fact of like the Minions had like their own little adventure, and we didn't have to deal with too many weird side characters. But the villain characters were fine. I liked the family that hitchhiked and helps the Minions out, and they did a good job of like the movie took place in the '60s and stuff, and making everything like look cool. The Minions spin-off movies are period pieces, honestly. Okay, so yeah, Minions 2015, since this is all just off my opinion, I'm giving like an A plus. Minions Rise of Gru. I'm giving that one an A. It was also pretty good. It's just so funny because I remembered I really liked it when I first saw it, and then I watched it this time, and I was like, hmm, like it was really weird. I watched it and I was like, why do I not like this as much as Minions 2015? I think it's mostly because of the villains, if I'm honest. I think that's kind of something that can make and break these movies. Because the villains, I think out of all of them, these were the ones that were like the easily forgettable. Like at least with the ones in 3 and 4 where I didn't really care for them, they tried to make them like fun and tried to at least sort of give them a backstory and whatever. But like with the Vicious Six, they didn't really try. They were just kind of there. And you think like having a villain team would be like a really cool concept, but like none of their themes matched. It just felt like they threw random ideas together and kind of went with it. So that was a bummer. I liked the side characters more than the villains, which was kind of sad. Like the acupuncturist who taught the minions how to fight and stuff. She was cool. Gru was a cool character in that. Like him and his relationship with Wild Knuckles was actually really nice. I'm surprised I got even like emotionally invested in that. Like it would have been cool also to see more of like Gru with the minions, but that was kind of like the first 30 minutes of the movie of them like hanging out and then eventually getting into their spat of him not wanting them around. But that was cool. And Child Gru was like a cool character too. He didn't feel annoying or anything. That's a nice thing with this series. They have like prominent child characters, but they never feel like super irritating or anything. So I'm gonna give that one an A. I didn't like it as much as Minions 2015. I don't really know 100% why, but I enjoyed it. I thought it was good. Okay, Despicable Me 1. I'm gonna give that an A anyway. Um, it was hard for me to watch coming off of the Minions spin-off movies because I kept comparing them, but it is a good movie. Like the first half was kind of slow and a bit boring, but it has like that slower pace. But it is kind of harder when you're watching like a kids franchise or something and you go back to the first movie. And on one hand, it's like they're putting in all this effort and it's wonderful and it's more like heartfelt and stuff, but at the same time you get so used to like the complete like wackiness of the sequels that it's kind of hard to go back, and it's harder to go back um, to the animation as well. I think that's the thing that holds the first movie back for me. Like with even going into the second movie or like any of the other ones, the minions look completely fine and like the characters look good, but everything feels like really clunky, like character wise and animation wise in the first movie. But other than that, it's good. Like the second half's really good. Vector is easily my favorite villain. The girls are a good character, and I'm like invested in their relationship with Cruz. So it's a good movie. Like by the end, I was having a lot of fun with it. Like it's more simple than the other ones, but it's really good. It deserves that A. Uh, Despicable Me 2, you already know how my thoughts are. That's been like the one movie where I'm like, I went into it knowing how much I liked it, and I still liked it just as much. So that's an A plus. It's just really fun. It's like I mentioned in the review for that movie. I like those kind of sequels where it's like it becomes more fun and actiony, but it doesn't go too weird where it just becomes like completely ridiculous. I don't know if that makes sense. Like Lucy and Gru's relationship isn't really as believable as I thought it would be, but it is nice. It is nice. I think it's just hard because I'm like kind of holding it to the standard of like how Gru was like slowly bonding over the movie with the girls. But the relationship is better than how it is with like Gru and like his brother or his baby and the other ones. Um so that was cool. And Lucy's also a cool character. I don't know why I like her so much. I just think she's funny. I'm glad the girls get screen time in that one as well a little bit. They're kind of more pushed off to the side, but I think that's fine. I like the whole spy angle of it and stuff. The villain was like kind of cool. I'm just still like a bit disappointed with the climax, but it was nice. Not all of these need like a final boss fight or anything. I'm just still kind of mad they faked us out with that. And then Despicable Me 3, I have to give that a C. I think that's the point where things kind of started going downhill. I can only really say about that one that it was like okay and just completely forgettable. Like I'm glad with the third and fourth movie they're at least sort of trying with the villains and they make like these goofy like gimmick characters, but they just don't really feel the same as like the previous movies, honestly. And like, I mean, I like Gru's brother now that I've watched the fourth one better than like the baby and stuff, but it was just really hard watching like Gru and his brother's shenanigans as the main plot. Though, like I've said, I do like the little plot of like Lucy with the girls and that being the more emotional thing in this movie, that being like the only real character arc. And it was kind of a bummer that like the minions were like really pushed off into the side where they were like trying to get back to finding Gru and stuff after they quit. It just felt like they needed them out of the picture. But then I'm saying all these things, but I don't like dislike anything, so I'm giving it a C. It was just like it was okay. It was like really forgettable. And then the fourth one, which I just watched, I'm giving that an F. Not that I hated it or anything. It's just that it felt like it's the cringe. It's the cringe stuff, and I think problems with like the side characters and just the way everyone was handled. I didn't really like it. They did that worse even than like there's things with it that I liked better than the third movie, like the actiony stuff at the beginning was cool. Gru doing the heist stuff. I'm like, okay, that was kind of nice. Like they're trying to have some of those like sort of spy elements from the second one, but it's like there's too many side characters and none of them are really plot important. The villain isn't even really important. Like he gets screen time, but he doesn't really do anything related to Gru until like the end, honestly. I thought Gru and the baby being the main plot was like super week. Like Lucy and the girls do get a bit of like their own screen time, and we do see Gru with his family for a while, which is really nice. But I feel like the girls and Lucy are just kind of like there. Really, that's about it. Yeah, I felt like this. What when you watch this movie, is you feel like they're at a point with the franchise where it's like they could have ended it like two movies ago. Like I Like the third one was okay. That was the one where I'm like, I feel like you're starting to run out of ideas. But here, this is like a filler movie and not really in like a good way. And this one, like plot wise, did not need to exist at all. I wouldn't be surprised if the only reason people will go to see this movie is because of like the villain cameos at the end. Because I'm like, okay, at least that was cool. But they really do not need any more of these movies. At least with the Despicable Me ones. I will say I enjoyed both of the Minion movies. I would watch a third one, but we don't really need any more Minion stuff either. But I appreciate that those were kind of put in between some of the Despicable Me movies where I feel like they could really experiment because you're not limited to like Gru and human characters anymore. The Minions, you can get like a bit more wacky and more creative. So I think that's why those um, the fact that those are better than some of the Despicable Me movies is like kind of sad, honestly. What was I going to say? I had another point. But yeah, the fourth one was just it didn't need to exist at all, and the third one was completely forgettable. So it feels like, in my opinion, the series could have ended after the second movie because it's not like Gru's brother brought anything to the table, and the baby is just there. Same with like the minions as superheroes or whatever. That just felt like I'm glad they were trying something new with the minions, but that just felt kind of dumb. So I feel like they could honestly have just had like the first two Despicable Me movies and then the Minion spin offs, and it's like that is for both of those like a perfect place to stop. I mean, I'll watch more of these if they come out. I guess I'll watch if they need a Despicable Me 5, but it's kind of like with Toy Story, where it's like you could have cut it off around like the third movie, but they keep it going, and now we're gonna get Toy Story 5. Shark 5, I'm fine with, but like Toy Story 5, I'm like, once you get to like the 5 points of spin offs, it's like, okay, I think we're like well past the point where we could have stopped. But if there's another Minions movie, I'll go see it in theaters and I'll talk about it, so at least you'll have that. Alrighty, well, this was like pretty long. This is the first time I tried doing this of like watching every movie in a franchise and putting them all together, but I thought that would be cool. I probably should have just done this sooner, but I think it's fine. It was fun. I'm like glad I did this because Despicable Me is one of those weird franchises for me where it's like it was nostalgic for me as a kid, and I was like, I can like clearly remember when it was popular and stuff. And then I became a teenager and I was like, oh, this is kind of cringe. It's still kind of cringe, but like I enjoy it. Not as much as my dad, where he laughs at every joke in the movie. But he's very easily entertained and laughed at things. But they were good. I actually like the Minions now. I thought about doing this again for like another franchise. I was thinking like, what's the other like kids ones where it's like I probably would find them annoying. I was thinking of doing that for Trolls, but the difference for me with Trolls is like that's the one that revolves around singing, where they just have like covers of pop songs. Like the Despicable Me and Minions movies, like okay, people can find the Minions annoying and stuff, and they're not like funny at all. But I mean, at least they sort of have a plot and they keep like consistency with them, and there's nothing that's like too annoying or in your face where you feel kind of like dumb for watching it or anything. Like the Minion shenanigans are there, but they last 2 seconds. But I don't think I can go for like a whole thing with the Trolls movies where they're like doing full on musical numbers of like bad covers of things. I don't care how good the characters are or the plots are, or how much the memes are sort of convincing me to want to do it. I don't have an emotional connection to it. I didn't like grow up with Trolls or watch them or anything. I don't know. If anyone wants me to talk about the Troll movies, or gives me a good reason on that, sure, but otherwise I won't. Okay, well, thank you for watching this. Yeah, I don't know if I'll do one of these again if I find a franchise I like, where I'm like, I feel like it would have to be one like Despicable Me, where I have like mixed feelings on it. If I do it for something I already enjoy, like Spy Kids or whatever, where I watch all the movies, um, well, actually, no, I didn't really like Spy Kids 4, and I kind of do want to give that another shot. But I don't want to watch like the newer ones that feel like really weird. Yeah, it would have to be on something like I sort of kind of like, but I'm curious about. I guess Spy Kids could work. It's just an excuse to watch Spy Kids. I'll think about it. But if you guys have like any suggestions on like these kind of like, there's a bunch of these like children's no, a bunch of these movies in this like children's franchise or whatever, they would be interesting to like watch like chronologically in order like this, like starting with the Minions. I'm down for that if you guys have any like cool suggestions. But yeah, thank you for watching. I'll see you next. Blah. I'll see you guys next time. Bye.